Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about radicalization. Extremism, that refers to positions that are strongly directed against shared values and moral standards within a given society. So the term extremists refers to people who strongly disrespect or even fight those values and standards, including the use of violence. So those are what we're talking about, and they're quite complex and, difficult ideologies to work with. And I think when people adopt these, I think working with those people can also be very challenging and complex, and it's not a simple solution. So another concept, these are from the European Crime Prevention Network. Radicalization is the process of social, psychological, and ideological changes leading to extremism. So it's almost you can be radicalized without being extremist, maybe, possibly. It's just a question. Extremism is an ideological position characterized by a polarized worldview, a distrust in state and institutions, which I think is key, and democratic decision-making processes, and the legitimation of the use of violence, so somehow validating the violent response. Because radicalism in the strict sense refers to political doctrines that seek sweeping change but do not condone violence, its use as a synonym for extremism is avoided here. And these are new fields and terms for me as well, but I think I can see a lot of this, obviously through the media and through narratives that are presented around the world. I find myself also missing some of it, which is what I said in my introduction. I think some of it's quite hidden. We don't always see some of it. And I certainly am quite influenced in terms of what I see or read in the media and how that is portrayed, which isn't always true and right. Yes, correct. So you can indeed. Sophia said, whenever you feel like, please, that's what's going to make the training alive. Just raise your hand or, just interject if you've got a question or a comment. Violent extremism, the position of an individual who actually has committed one or more acts of violence out of extremist considerations. It's used here as an equivalent to terrorism. So that is a kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about radicalization and extremism in the context of this project, but also, I recognize it may be slightly different in other countries and contexts. The project, I sort of identified 5 current trends of it. And again, this is possibly Eurocentric as well, but I think it might be across the world. Some of these are prevalent. So I won't go through each of them specifically, if that's okay, but I just want to draw your attention to the ones that were highlighted, and that is jihadist extremism. If it's helpful to go through them and people have never heard of these, just say, let's talk about them, because I want you to get out of it what you need to get out of it. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, I'm getting some. Can't actually see people. Just one second, just checking. Let's just see some of the faces. Yeah, so hopefully that's okay. So and we're talking about jihadist extremism, right-wing extremism. Maybe it is worth. Yeah, I think maybe I'll just, if it's okay, just so that we can be on the same page, because you guys might be reading it as I'm speaking it. So what is jihadist extremism? It's characterized by the legitimation of an armed struggle, jihad, to establish an Islamic world order. Sorry. Beg your pardon. Something's happened here. 1 second, sorry. There we go. to establish an Islamic world order or state based on Sharia law. So jihadist extremists reject other forms of state, among which democracy and non-believers, including Muslims of other sects or tendencies. So the impact on the general public is relatively high. Right-wing extremism, it's based on an ideology characterized by a sympathy for National Socialism and a belief in white supremacism. Increasingly, the fear of a perceived Islamization and hatred of Muslims forms a core part of their agenda. I think we've seen both some of these first two expressed around the world in different forms, sadly, and possibly a bit more often than, it feels a bit more prevalent at the moment. Left-wing extremism and anarchistic extremism, it's based on an ideology comprised of Marxist, Leninist, and or anarchistic elements. It's characterized by generalized aversion to the state and state institutions, and strong enmity to right-wing political parties, which appears to be a substantial force of mobilization. Wow, these are meaty, aren't they? Ethno-nationalist extremism and separatist extremism, it's based on a separatist agenda. It targets mostly police and government infrastructure. It's interesting. Almost all incidents in Europe can be traced to dissident Republican groups in Northern Ireland. Basque separatists in Spain and the Kurdish nationalists, the PKK. So since a ceasefire was signed in 2011, a Basque nationalist organization has not perpetrated any attacks, but some attacks were committed by dissident groups. So that's, yeah. And online extremist activity seems to definitely be growing. It can be found mostly on the surface web, much less so on the dark net. Over 150 social media platforms, in addition to file sharing sites and bot services, are being abused by terrorists and extremists for extremist propaganda purposes. So we can see we're dealing with really quite complex ideas and complex phenomena that affect quite a lot of people around the world. Okay, so certainly again, the major three security challenges in Europe that, again, this is from the project and the research that we've sort of faced in the last sort of 20 years is the increased homegrown terrorism and the phenomenon of foreign fighters and the rise of the violent far right. I don't know how this translates around the world, whether these would be similar for other countries, but it feels like some of it is prevalent in other countries. So those are the three major challenges. So when we begin to think about restorative dialogue with this kind of sort of crime or radicalization, it can be quite a complex process. So that's just a whistle-stop tour in terms of what we're talking about when we're talking about radicalization and violent extremism. Are there any questions just at the end of that first module? Anything missing? Anything new? Any comments? Do you feel, it looks like you want to say something, Steve? Maybe, am I wrong or right? You're just...
I'm contemplating a couple of things.
Oh yeah, share. You do share.
So the United States, according to the FBI, homegrown terrorism has been #1 since the 1900s. We don't have any foreign actors really at all. But actually the one that kind of caught my eye is that, I guess I'm going to show my background here. I'm a grandchild of political refugees from Ireland due to the IRA. So I noticed the Republican dissident comment regarding in Northern Ireland. That kind of caught my eye. That is my family history and why my family is in the United States. And was not aware that was still a hot ongoing issue. I guess as a younger man arguing with my grandfather who was in the IRA, to no longer make bombs, no longer blow places up. I thought that most of that had slowed down. So I guess that was just running through my mind.
Thank you for sharing, Stephen. Yeah, we actually had somebody from Northern Ireland on the call yesterday. It was really helpful hearing some of her perspectives.
Well, a few generations are removed, but it's the reason I'm in the United States is because of that conflict.
Yeah. And I think it will, yeah. Sorry, go on.
So this caught my eye as because I have family history with that issue.
Yeah, do you feel it's quite prevalent in the US at the moment as well? Do you bump into?
In the state of Washington, there's an Irish population of retired IRA. On the West Coast, most people don't know about it. There's also British who have been given asylum, who live in the same community, and they all know each other. And so it's a very unique circumstance culturally. Most people are not aware of it. So, but as far as the United States in general goes, though, the main issue from my perspective is white Christian nationalism.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Anybody else? Any other thoughts or comments that particularly caught your eye from that module? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So there was a question actually at the end of it, which we thought might also bring some other thoughts in, which was you've already done that in a sense, Stephen, with your reflections, but maybe if others had anything to share where radicalism and violent extremism are locally, nationally or regionally where you are, you know, what sort of are the current challenges maybe, or the current sort of strategies, or anything that maybe you have bumped into relating to this topic, you know, where you are. Any thoughts about that? Yeah.
Finn, I was just thinking in my world of sort of dealing with sexual violence and adverse childhood experiences, particularly as a result of the pandemic and the isolation, the forced isolation, you know, families have been have gone through for the last 2.5 years. There was a major uptick in interpersonal violence and well, all kinds of forms of violence. So I'm sort of wondering how that was feeding some of the information and how that actually helped maybe exacerbate some of these issues.
Was it a question or just a thought, or?
It was just an sorry, I'm just an observation.
Just an observation. Yeah. No, I don't know if others have any thoughts or observations, reflections towards that. Or... Yeah. Yeah.
I can say, Neela, and answer, at least as a judge, domestic violence cases have skyrocketed since COVID-19 started, and abuse against children has also skyrocketed.
Well, we're certainly seeing it on the ground as practitioners, so that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think you're alone in the States. Whilst it's quite hidden here, I think there are snippets of news and stories that indicate a similar rise here in the UK around that. Yeah. Good. Any other thoughts or comments of, you know, where this issue is locally for others? Or
this is Regina. I think really to agree with both Steve and Nila with that here in the States.
Mm.
The pandemic, in many ways, had given a justification for people to act out, whether it be, angrily over the situation, job losses, these sorts of things. Being, unfortunately, in probably a very confined environment with somebody who was not handling that isolation well, was also, experiencing, unfortunately, that person's anger, frustrations, whatever it may be. We know, alcoholism rates went up, drug use all went up, really particularly spiking through the pandemic, again, for reasons that were essentially brought on by the pandemic. But then you also have, during the pandemic, we were also, as in most other country, it was suddenly the whole concept of lockdown, and then people get into the political overreach with things. It was just a very unfortunate communion of government officials with people with their personal freedoms, with where people believed in how that the pandemic came to bear. So there was a lot of that was being discussed and addressed, and it was just an unfortunate time for all sorts of bad actors, if you will, to feel justified in saying and doing whatever they so believed in the name of, just like any other extremist, in the name of, whether it's supporting the politicians, not supporting them, supporting and really acting out on, the US has a very strong idea of individualism and personal rights. That was clearly tested time and time again. But I felt it really, really brought to bear the anger that I think in many cases was really hiding underneath the surface, but certain conditions allowed it to be voiced and said. And that's where so much of the, I can't even think of the joining of together, I think of underneath these, excuse me, a particular passion, whatever it may be. So people who maybe would not have ordinarily have come together with like thinking suddenly had something new to rally behind. And it brought all sorts of folks together under one idea. And that, I think, really caught a lot of people off guard, because you're always looking at, especially like in law enforcement, you're looking at extremism with, particular known types of individuals or ideologies and these sorts of things. But the pandemic affected every single person, and it was suddenly bringing together new cohorts that I think most of us were not prepared to be joining together on a same mission. And that was very overwhelming for many entities.
That came up yesterday as well. That also, I think, well, was it here? Or I think actually you shared a story, didn't you, about the vaccination and, this kind of enforced idea that people had to be vaccinated, and somehow, you had different parties rising up in different countries who maybe would never have spoken to each other, but somehow gave voice so that, it wasn't actually maybe the issue of the vaccination, but just this, at times, violent extremist behavior and actions that kind of, that the pandemic almost gave permission, that they could and validate in some ways, because it was hidden under the cloud of, whatever sort of pandemic issue, but, somehow it gave them permission to just do some crazy stuff around the world, and even here, here in the UK, some of the violent, outrageous stuff that happened as people demonstrated or made voice to their kind of, disgust at what was happening, you kind of thought, really, you're going that far over, and it wasn't actually about the vaccination, maybe,
Right.
So it's interesting that you bring this idea of how the pandemic really brought out some of these extremist ideas and gave opportunity and permission for people to behave in that way. You know, it's really, wow, it's quite challenging.
At least from my home country, Greece, that's why it was brought yesterday in the discussion as well. We saw people from the extreme right to be with people from extreme left. They have never talked to each other before, but they just wanted to oppose to the government. So we saw them together demonstrating in the streets. So it kind of provoked a new form, a new type of radicalization.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting. To be continued. Unless are there any other immediate thoughts or reflections? I think we could, but I think we can recognise how this sort of plays out in so many different ways. I'm just going to adjust myself ever so slightly. I feel like I'm just a shadow on the screen. Just 1 second. See if I can. Have a different perspective, maybe somehow. I don't know if that changes it or not.
Yeah, it actually doesn't become really clearer.
Ah, good. That's important. I felt like I was a bit of a shadow on the screen. Yeah, the light was in the wrong way. So welcome to the RJ4All office. Good. So that was our first module. And now the second one is beginning to look at restorative justice theory. So like I said, maybe this is possibly where I land more fully in terms of restorative justice sort of practice, because I'm a practitioner, and hopefully we'll talk a little bit more about the Good Lives model, which I don't know if it's accessible in the US or not, or if you've ever come across it in other countries, but we'll talk a bit about that as well. So again, these are some of the objectives of the whole module. So we may, forgive me, we may not get to all of them, but the idea is that we present a brief history of restorative justice, highlight the main principles of restorative justice theory and the Good Lives model. Oh, sorry, I just need to admit something. And present how restorative justice theory and the Good Lives model can be applied to professional practice of restorative dialogue against violent radicalisation and extremism. So that is what we're trying to achieve from this module very briefly together. But obviously the encouragement is to do the equals so that you get the full flavour of the module. So again, I think we talked a bit about violent radicalisation already, but it's just to acknowledge that it's a contested term and it's best defined by local communities, because it might mean something different in Somalia or Nigeria or Cameroon, where we've got history. We might not be based there at the moment, but or in the US or Canada or Greece. You know, or London. It's going to have different, it's going to be defined by local communities, as local laws and policies should respond to local definitions of violent radicalisation. So local definitions of violent radicalisation can assist to develop regional policies and programmes to both prevent and to intervene into violent radicalisation and violent extremism. So it's worth, and we'll bump into this quite a bit today in terms of localizing our learning and our action. You know, whilst we're a global group today, you know, ultimately we're also trying to be equipped to act locally as well. So social identity theory, what is that? It frames violent radicalization as a process during which people learn an ideology. So that positions the violent extremists as the in-group and their targets or victims as the out-group. And we've already begun to sort of talk a bit about this today in terms of, I know the pandemic more recently did that for us, but I think historically there's been the in-group and the out-group. And the use of violence to express violent beliefs and narratives about enemy outgroup can manifest as violent extremism and terrorism. So that's kind of just bringing that into this idea of restorative justice as well. So how are we going to dialogue with this social theory and violent radicalisation? So just thinking a bit about did we get a copy of the slides afterwards? Possibly, but they're all slides.
It's
They're all
yeah. Are included in the training handbook, which has been the link has been sent to you. So it's all included in the training handbook. Yeah, and the slides are from drawn from the e-course as well as so. So just thinking a bit about restorative justice. I don't know what what definitions you've bumped into, but it is quite a contested term. Not just in the UK, but around the world, people are trying to define, what is it? What are we talking about? But just these are some thoughts that we offer you. So many scholars accept it as a broad understanding of restorative justice in the form of an ethos. And by an ethos, what we're talking about is a sort of way of life, ethics, a sort of value-based way of living. Certainly for me as a restorative practitioner, I am restorative. It's not like just something I do or something I'm from 9 to 5. I'm kind of a restorative justice practitioner at home with my 4 kids. I'm trying to work it out as well. Lots of restorative conversations going on. In the supermarket, wherever I am, I'm trying to have an ethos of being restorative. So it's about encompassing a range of values, this idea of power sharing, equity, dignity, respect, and involvement in decision making. So early on, we can see how restorative justice is going to have a dialogue with violent extremism, with people who maybe don't feel they've got power, or don't feel that they're being treated equally, or have dignity, or are respected, or are involved in decision making. So then they become extreme and they become the in-group who's fighting the out-group in however it's expressed. So early on, we can see that there's a real powerful connection between the restorative sort of ethos and dialogue and violent extremism. So what are we talking? It's an ethos with practical goals, so among which is to restore harm. So it is focused quite heavily on harm by including the affected parties who have been affected in a direct or an indirect way to encounter a process of understanding through voluntary and honest dialogue. So it's not an enforced process. It's not a legal process. We're not trying to decide, so who's right and who's wrong here. That's all happened already in our various criminal justice systems. But it's about having an honest dialogue and being truthful. And restorative justice adopts a fresh approach to conflicts and their control, retaining at the same time certain rehabilitative goals. So we're actually trying to encourage some kind of change or understanding in the parties that brings about rehabilitation. So the underlying ethos of restorative justice are the principles of offenders taking responsibility for their crimes. So it's quite an important aspect of restorative dialogue. There does need to be some responsibility. Helping offenders to make reparations to their victims and communities that provide care to victims and offenders, and for the community relationships to be restored. So I can immediately again see these connections where extremism and radicalization are separatist actions. They're trying to be divisive. They are from that in-group that we talked about earlier. I can see how. Maybe you can also see it, I don't know, the restorative dialogue, trying to bring some kind of understanding between those parties. There's so many definitions of restorative justice, to be honest, but the important thing to remember is not to let yourself be restricted by one definition, but defining restorative justice in a way that's meaningful to your community.
And for me, restorative justice is about the meeting, but then there's also these restorative practices, you know, restorative ways of working with communities that aren't harmful, but they are honest and they're having open dialogue. And we'll come to that in a bit later in terms of how we do that, ways of doing that. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about restorative justice. Sorry, just need to. Here are some examples of definitions. So the EU Victims Directive, you may have different definitions where you are, but this is what we're talking about. And some of you in your introductions mentioned wanting to introduce restorative justice where you are in different countries, or, you know, so I think it was, who was in Somalia? I think it was Bola, yeah, in Somalia mentioned she'd like to introduce some stuff there. And also, I think it was Caroline, maybe in Cameroon, there was an interest to bring something there. So restorative justice means any process whereby the victim and the offender are enabled, if they freely consent, to participate actively in the resolution of matters arising from the criminal offence through the help of an impartial third party. Yeah, and we're going to talk a bit about impartial. I wonder what that means to you. Can we truly be impartial? Who holds the power? You know, and all of those sort of social justice narratives of decolonization, anti-racist policies, and all this, some of that stuff, you know, for me, having grown up in Zimbabwe, at the end of the apartheid era, I think, not, you know, it was 1980 when I landed in Zimbabwe as a young boy, and I was quite deeply affected by that, actually. I really wrestled with some of the way that certainly my grandparents, who were from South Africa originally, you know, it was still quite prevalent, the us and them. And I found myself really conflicted because I wanted to spend time with, I grew up on a farm, you know, the local people, and the local culture felt quite rich to me, you know, but there's this history and legacy of apartheid, which made me feel like I was doing something wrong or going against the grain, or, you know. So, you know, bringing all of that to my work, I'm kind of thinking, how do I stay impartial? Is there such a thing as neutral? You know, how do you acknowledge the unconscious biases? How do I do that as a practitioner? How do I try to really promote honest dialogue? I think it's a real important restorative ethos. I digress slightly, but it just felt that I needed to bring some of my own experience and story to the work. So the Council of Europe recommendation on RJ criminal matters sort of describes it as restorative justice refers to any process which enables those harmed by crime and those responsible for that harm, if they freely consent, again, which is really important, to participate actively in the resolution of matters arising from the offence through the help of a trained and impartial third party. So I don't know how this intro to restorative justice sort of lands with you all. Do these sort of definitions or this kind of understanding of restorative dialogue and justice, does that translate? Have you come across it before? Yeah, is it new or familiar? I'm looking up at the screen because in the office here, we've got a screen on the wall with you all on. Which is why I'm kind of looking away from the camera from time to time. Yeah, any immediate thoughts, or will I continue from now?
Hello?
Yes, oh, Bola, yeah, please.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. A lot of the definitions generally centralize the views of the victim, which is similar to what I have had to learned previously, and of course the need for the other party to be willing. I think normally for me, that willingness is always the underlying issue when it comes to bringing restorative justice into the criminal justice purview. Because, well, it can be tricky, especially when it comes from the background of strong ideology, like you brought up in the first module. So there, for me, that is always drawing those lines, bringing someone that is strongly ideological about something, or getting someone who is strongly ideological, at least at the time of committing the violent extremism, to the place where they see themselves as willing to see the effects on the victim. And now that's a strong issue.
Yeah, and I think actually last point on the slide, which I didn't mention, I think it's important, well, actually it's Theo's quote, it's important for communities to define what restorative justice means to them. So I think there's something about localizing it and making it meaningful in your context. And to focus, like you also say, Bola, about this, keeping it voluntary and it's freely consented. And there may be different ways of resolving conflicts, but the focus should be on how to resolve them, including violent conflicts, in a way that restores the harm to the victim. So there's something also about, what the victim's needs are. And it also rehabilitates the offender to return to the community, not to stay imprisoned in some way or disconnected from the community. And I think this is a real challenge in this particular area for me. We don't have any lived experience on the call, in terms of how do you reintegrate someone who has maybe been de-radicalized or, has sort of untold the story of violent extremism. Is just a thought.
Yeah, we tend to believe that, for example, sexual violence or sexual assault, that even in that kind of cases, it's quite difficult to reintegrate the perpetrator. But now that we are talking about radicalization, it sounds even more harder to reintegrate a person like that back to society. Because usually, at least in my mind, the first crime, the most difficult one that comes to my mind, probably rape, sexual assault, but yeah, radicalization and extremism, it's a lot of violence to accept it back to the community.
Well, just on this topic, I mean, I don't know if you're all aware of Breivik, Anders Breivik, who committed a violent extremist act in Norway, went onto an island and killed loads of people. I don't know if people are familiar with that story. But it just came to mind, when I've read some of the responses from the public towards his treatment, or how he's, possibly may come out, or is he allowed to come out, or how does he re-engage in the community, when the views are so against the state or the people who are actually holding him, I just wonder. How some of that will translate. I wonder if there's a space for restorative dialogue with him and those he affected. Anyway.
Finn, I wonder.
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm having a slight not negative, or maybe a neutral reaction, I suppose, to using the term restorative in the same space we're using the term victim and offender. And so what I'm trying to do in my mind is say, how do we use the criminal justice system? And I actually have the same sort of reaction to the term justice with criminal, because I tend to call it the criminal legal system. Just because justice for many people, including a lot of BIPOC communities, those terms don't always sort of sit well. together. So there's that. There's also this thing maybe that was really kind of affecting me more is when I've certainly seen these definitions of restorative justice, but they tend to be, I don't know how to explain it very well, but they tend to be almost, they're centered on the fact that a harm has happened. And now we need to sort of unpack the harm using the RJ lens. I don't see very good definitions of the restorative dialogue before the prevention piece in a lot of these definitions. And I'm opening that up to you or anybody else to say if there's something out there that people have seen, because I've not found it yet. So I agree with you. The community needs to define it. But I think when we're given these examples, they're always on, okay, this harm has happened. We need a victim. We need an offender. We need a circle. And now we need to think about, but we never talk. Well, for example, I'm in downtown Philadelphia, where gun violence and youth violence are on the rise. The hope here is to prevent the guns from going off before they go off, not after, and unpacking that. Does that make any sense?
That's a big bit, Ella, if it's okay. Is it okay to call you Ella? I can see that in your pronouns. Is that all right? Yeah. Just to that particular issue which you're bringing now, we tackle a little bit in, because it's another key part of the module, is engagement, community engagement. And I think that's where that discussion lands. Not that it doesn't sit here. And I think you raise an important issue, because actually what you're saying is maybe you're going a bit further back to say, what's the conversation, the learning, the dialogue before the harm, maybe, or how do we host, what are we doing to have that conversation? And some of that is around community engagement, it's around education in schools, it's around the curriculum, it's around parental and family well-being, because we talk about mental health and well-being in the community, and all of those factors, I think, certainly in this conversation, can serve to prevent, shall we say, because there is something about prevention and there is a duty. What is restorative prevention? And I really love your challenge of language. I sit in the same camp. I feel almost a disgust at reading some of this, because I think, what are you talking, who are you talking about? And I'm trying to find a sort of, I think we do need to hold some kind of meaning or definition, or, what are we working towards, which I think is what they're angling here when they talk about you need to localize your sort of definition and meaning, because actually, different cultures around the world are going to talk about this stuff in a very different way. And I think you raise an important point, and we need to listen to ourselves, think about the language that we're using when we're trying to describe such complex things. Yeah. I don't necessarily have an answer, but I resonate with the challenge of language and definitions.
I'd like to say something quick.
Yeah.
I came into the restorative justice almost nearly, I was still in grad school 30 years ago, and I was working in terms of crime. And that issue of semantics became huge, because so much of what I was doing, it was not too long after the era of really victims' rights, constitutional rights, these sorts of things for victims. And so when this came up, these issues where I was kind of following Canada's lead when it came to restorative justice, and the Mennonites were doing a lot of work in the restorative justice space. The issue was I couldn't, with a good heart, talk to a victim about restorative justice, and if their loved one had been killed or seriously violated, I wasn't wanting them to think that this new program that I was doing was going to make it better. So I really learned quickly that I would not use the term restorative on any form or fashion, but allow the victim to define the process with their own verbiage, because we can't restore a loved one's life. We can't restore the fact that perhaps their body has been so violated or scarred or whatever the case is. That is a misnomer. What we want to do is to help these individuals process and heal, get on a healing journey, which is so very private and personal to them. So I really work at giving them pretty much the leeway to go as far as they want to down this road. And I found victims with the idea of restorative justice do far better when it comes to expressing their particular pains, what happened to them, to people of similar crimes, but not their particular perpetrator. Once they had, perhaps 4 or 5 sessions talking to a group of sexual assault offenders, then at that point, they may or may not want to talk then directly to their offender, for, of course, numerous reasons, but talking to offenders in general was very healing for folks, simply because they could say things much more freely to similar folks versus talking directly to their offender on the front end. But also I have a comment when you were talking about reintegrating like the extremists situation. This happens a lot in the States here. In particular, I worked a long time with gang members, and we have folks who, for many reasons, get involved in gangs. And once they perhaps go to prison, they do their time. But the idea that many gang members are also tattooed. And with the tattoos, if they are in locations on their necks, their faces, or hands, without actually doing some sort of cosmetic surgery to remove them, they're forever branded. No matter what may or may not be in their heart, they feel branded. So they feel very torn to try to, say, walk the straight and narrow, if you will, when having all of these symbols and things on their bodies. So we really did a good job of trying to, for folks who went through some programming, are actually ready to leave all that behind. They've done their mental health issues and things like that. We got plastic surgeons to come in and really try to remove what they could, and at no cost to them. I would find the funding in the donated services and such. But I agree with the comment that was made earlier to look at when we're thinking about the whole cycle, when folks are involved in particular actions and have, paid the price, whatever that may be. I think a lot of focus also needs to be on those individuals, because it's still society in a sense that they're also harming, and to help restore or repair harms done to society is, of course, as personal and as different as anyone talking here today. We all have our ideas of how can violent criminals, quote, restore what was wronged to a community. That can take so many different faces, but the idea is, I think, more attention initially before we bring these two parties together. We really need to look at folks who are trying to, do the right thing, if you want to say so, and get their life back on a different track. But that's a process, because we keep looking at who actually is the victim here. And I don't think, again, we need to define that always as whether it's an individual and or the community. I really think it goes along with the education piece to offenders of, well, let's start with you. Who initially were you looking to hurt or harm, or whatever the case is? Because that's where you have to break that mental mindset, is who do the offenders who are extremists, who are they attacking? Are they attacking an ideology? Are they attacking a person? Are they attacking a city? And that is very important, that I think is being overlooked, is it's the offender's perception of who they're actually rallying against. that particular way of thinking needs to be changed and affected, because we're making assumptions that if it's a religious zealot out there, then they're attacking, others, they're looking at people perhaps, but to repair an ideology in others is a whole different ballgame than talking to a victim expressing their remorse and trying to say, what can I do to help you, begin healing, or whatever the case is. And that's something that I think really, really needs additional looking at, is that from the offender, the perpetrator's point of view, what was their target, or who was their target, and why? What was that motivation?
Yeah. And what were they thinking at the time? Because I think that's often missed, isn't it?
Yes.
What were you thinking at the time? So we got a couple of other hands. I think, Niran, you did have your hand up, I noticed, but maybe did you put it down? I just wanted to check.
Yeah, I was gonna speak to the conversation around definition in terms of
Please do. Yeah, go for it.
So for me, in my experience using restorative justice, it centers on relationship, actually, and it's not something that we sort of offer. We sort of listen and ask, what do you need? And once you engage those who have been harmed and those who may have also perpetrated that harm, when you meet with them individually and they both express, that need for whether it is healing or accountability, and then you create that space for both of them to actually engage in a way that can lead to their own, resolution. So when I saw in the definition that the facilitator help, something like that, it sort of, changes the way that, I have come to sort of approach restorative justice process. I just, as much as we can, just hold that space for those who are in that dialogue to get to the point that they want to be at, without necessarily sort of helping, and put it that way. So how you hold that space is very important, especially when you're talking about identity-based conflict or harm. It has to, just be between those who have experienced that harm. So that's the way that I've approached it. And another way, which is even the more systemic for me goal, is to see restorative justice as alternative justice model to the former criminal justice system, where, for example, in Canada, there is a path for young offenders to not go through the normal formal criminal justice system, and also even adults who may have committed a crime, or they still have the opportunity to sort of use restorative justice approach. And the police as well in Nova Scotia would, especially if a certain criminal or crime or allegation did not get to that threshold of criminal liability, but they still, feel like it is important to address the conflict, even if there's no criminal liability at that point. They use restorative justice to sort of, bring people together to process what has happened, and in that process, accountability would happen. Healing may also happen, for the person who has been harmed, who would tell you, I just want you to hear the impact of what you have done to me, And that, for that kind of person, it works. That's all they want. Just for the other person to just listen to the way what you've done, may have impacted them. So that's the way that I, in my experience as whether using it for identity-based conflict, or even working within the institution of government. So that's the sort of idea. It's relationship-based mostly, for the most part.
Great. Thank you so much, Niran. I think you raised an important point about how we hold the space. And maybe that's what struck me and resonated with me is, but I'm holding the space. Why am I the one who's holding the space between, whatever, and I think what's important is to think also who's holding space, who has the offer. How do people know that they can actually have a space to feel heard and to find healing and to listen to each other and to talk about something that's happened? I think it's key, and that's some of our challenge, what you bring. And I think it's important to continue to wrestle with that, how we do that. Thank you. Bola, I see your hand is up as well. Maybe, yes, no. Maybe we'll come back. Maybe Bola will come back. So we've got a few more minutes, a few more bits of this slide, unless there's any other particular comments just now. Rich discussion. Thank you so much for your openness and willingness to engage so far. Is it okay if we press on a little bit? Is that all right? Yeah, great. Okay, super. So just thinking a bit about, in this module, restorative justice, and we're thinking also about the Good Lives model and how that can relate to it. So just some thoughts quickly about the principles of restorative justice theory. I suppose in light of everything we've talked about and definitions and stuff, I think we're just offering these. There's a lot of disagreements in the literature on how to define restorative justice. We've already acknowledged that. But there is some kind of agreement, I suppose, around the basic principles, shall we say. And I'm just going to draw your attention to those here. It's not an exclusive list. It's not, it's not the blueprint, but it's just some things to think about. So parties should be enabled to participate in restorative justice actively. So there is something about what we're talking about, holding the space and allowing people to participate actively and to have their say and to feel heard and to feel listened to is really important. Power imbalances between those taking part in restorative justice must be balanced and hats removed. I've touched on this already. I think it's a crucial point in terms of, I was really challenged with this. I did a restorative meeting in the hospital. Well, there were preparation meetings, and one was with a patient who was of Somali descent, but most probably quite British, but had a history of interactions with the authorities, shall we say, back in Somalia and in the UK. And he had caused harm to a policeman. And I suddenly felt, I wonder if I'm really the right person. I wonder if I represent something of the harm to him. I wonder if, because I'm facilitating as a white male, that I then also re-traumatize him and re-victimize him. I wonder how it would feel if he had a Somali fellow Somalian who was facilitating the process for him. Would it be different? I just was faced with these challenges. I didn't have the answers, but I noticed that actually I must be sensitive as a practitioner to the power imbalances. Do I sit with a female in a sexual assault case to participate in the restorative justice? I don't know, maybe. But maybe I need to not, I don't know, do I? So I'm just really mindful as a restorative practitioner And I invite you also to reflect as practitioners and professionals, you know, how do we hold space and who do we hold space with and for is really important. Restorative justice is primarily orientated towards addressing and repairing harm. Yeah, it is, but it's also how do we hold space for people? How do we hold a safe dialogue between people that have had a conflict? Yeah, and it is about relationships, and it's about the community, and it's about how we feel safe and part of it. So there's something about equal concern, or we use impartial. I think we're slightly paralyzed with language sometimes. You know, neutral, you know, equal concern for the needs and the interests of those involved. I really struggled with that case I mentioned earlier with the Somali man and the policeman. I really struggled because I kind of found myself almost having a bit more concern for the Somali guy, partly because, yes, he did cause some violence to the policeman, but he also was bitten by a police dog in the process and had a massive wound on his leg. And he really struggled to sort of get past feeling a victim of an assault himself, but also realizing he had caused harm to a policeman. You know? And I really struggled, if I'm honest, as a practitioner, trying to think, yeah, actually, you've got a point, buddy. Bloody hell. You know, he really struggles even to walk. It was a really vicious wound from the dog. And he kept coming back to this. He couldn't get away from it, you know. So I think it is important to have equal concern for the needs and interests of those involved. You know, procedural fairness. Yeah, I mean, who decides? Collective, consensus-based agreement, a focus on reparation, reintegration, and achieving mutual understanding. I think Niran brought that in his point about, you know, this idea of accountability. But my question would be, why are we trying to hold people accountable? What's the motivation for wanting to say, hold on, you need to be accountable for what you've done? It's just a thought. I'm being slightly provocative, but I think it's important to think about what are we trying to bring them to or get them involved with, you know? Because it also says they're avoiding domination. You know, I'm slightly embarrassed sometimes to say where I'm from and some of my history, because I think people will think that, you know, you're part of the colonization that I experienced. I'm so sensitive to that, but I recognize I just have to try to be honest with that history and that story. And in this restorative dialogue, I think we have to be mindful of that, you know. I digress slightly, I know, but I'm trying to be as honest and transparent with the material because I'm in it as well. And this is about being educated and raising awareness of our own sort of stuff that we've got to manage, but also in our professional settings, there's lots of sort of stuff to deal with, you know, when we're trying to introduce restorative theory or restorative justice, you know. Just take a breath, sorry. Yeah, I think it's important to think about a neutral space. What is neutral? You know, what's in the room? Who's in the room? What history is in the room? You know, I think it's really important to be mindful that all parties are encouraged and supported to express their needs and to have these satisfied as far as possible. I think we should ask, you know, is it okay that I, as a white male, facilitate this space for you? If it is people who may be sensitive to that, I think that's really good. It's a good practice, you know. Does it happen a lot? You know, we discussed yesterday, certainly in the UK, the majority of our restorative sort of workforce, if you want to call it that, is volunteers. A hell of a lot of volunteers, you know. but a lot of them are quite white, middle class, possibly retired people, you know. And we kind of think, you know, are we serving the needs out there? You know, are we holding space well for people? If that's, you know, do they represent the people that we're working with? So I digress. Another principle of restorative justice is that it's voluntary. We've already highlighted that in a sense of freely consenting. We shouldn't be able to, you know, we shouldn't force it. They should be fully informed in advance about the nature of the process, because it can be really difficult. And certainly in my world of mental health, where retelling a story can be deeply traumatizing and really destabilize someone, it's so important that people are fully informed about the nature of the process and what's involved and how it's going to work, and the possible outcomes, I think, are crucial. The parties should be able to withdraw their consent at any time. Should they? I wonder. It's a tricky one, because I have been in cases where consent has been withdrawn, and it's almost felt like almost re-traumatization, because it's like an opportunity was presented to them and now it's being taken away. It's like, oh, sheesh, I'm just left hanging now. I can't actually talk to the person that stabbed my mother because they've said they can opt out. And I'm not saying we have to force them, but I think we need to think about this idea of, you know, how do we encourage people to commit to the process for the mutual benefit, but also allow them to freely withdraw and consent, to make it as powerful as possible? It's a tricky one. I don't have the answers. Another principle is this idea of confidentiality, I suppose, that people should feel safe to be able to talk openly about what happened. Right, but there are times, you know, what happens should they disclose other maybe offences or harms that actually mean, whoa, hold on a bit, you know, but you said it's going to be confidential. You know, so we need to somehow manage the confidentiality, because whilst it's not a legal process, of course, which is what we've said, what do we do with disclosures that might come out that maybe have a legal implication? And what's our responsibility to that? So I think it's important to hold all of that in mind. And also restorative justice services should be available at all stages of the justice process. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but certainly it's very clunky here in the UK. It's very messy, and it certainly is not available at all stages of the justice process. They may be very lucky if they offered it right at the beginning when they report the crime and there's a victim statement. Technically, police should say, you know, would you like to do restorative justice?
There is an interesting discussion in the chat.
Yeah, I just saw the chat. There was a bit of, so yeah. Yes. So Bola, wow, I have a wonderful colleague in the States called Laurel Bacon-Smith, and this idea of impartiality is deeply challenged through her work. She runs Restorative Baltimore, and she talks about an invested facilitator, which I think is possibly a bit more of a true way of looking at it and accepting our own truths as a facilitator, you know. So an invested facilitator is someone who actually, you know, says, I don't know if I can be fully neutral with my baggage, but I'm here to hold space, recognizing that I've got all of this lived experience. I've got this history of growing up in Africa in apartheid as a white man with a story, you know, all of that. Bring that into the room, but also choose not to be dominated by that. I don't know if anyone wants to add to what they've said in the chat. It seems there's
I wouldn't
multi.
say actually that it's not even nice to get rid of all your lived experience. You should bring it and in the discussion, but not dominate.
Yeah. I can't get rid of my lived experience.
It's not even possible, I think.
But I have to find a way to live with it, not from it, which is different. And I think it's a crucial point for me. I don't live from that story. You know, I don't continue to perpetrate those kind of violence or those narratives of white dominance, you know, particularly I'm thinking of the apartheid context, which is close to my story, I suppose. I see some hands. Maybe, I'm sorry, I don't know who was first, but maybe would I go with Caroline? Is that okay? You just need to unmute. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Please.
Okay.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah. Throughout the lecture, I am like reflecting, and I just have a few observations to make, especially on the point of holding space and neutrality. My worry is, how do you hold space or be neutral when you're part of the problem? I want to like illustrate this. I come from Cameroon, and there is this crisis between the English-speaking and the French-speaking Cameroonians, where the English-speaking minorities, they are being maltreated or marginalized by the French-speaking Cameroonians. And I'm part of the English-speaking minority, and I've suffered the marginalization myself while in the university. And what is happening in my country is that there seems to be some sort of radicalization on the part of the English-speaking Cameroonians. How do I, in a situation like this, and having gone through that experience, how do I stay neutral? How do I hold that space? And my second observation is on the idea of rehabilitation. I have had to deal with some youths who have been like radicalized, and we tried to rehabilitate them, but it turned out, perhaps we didn't do it well. It turned out that once in a while they go back and they are like recidivists. Is it that we failed in the process of the restorative justice? Is it that something went wrong along the lines, or perhaps we didn't do our job well? I don't understand. Yeah.
I hear you, Caroline. Thank you for sharing some of your story with us. It feels fragile, and it feels a very live wrestle for you. You know, how do we? How do we really hold space when we're part of the problem? I suppose it's asking if I'm part of the problem. And they say yes. And I said, well, I recognize I am part of the problem, but how could we hold space together? You know, I suppose it's having that honest, open dialogue and not trying to hide behind the problem. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts.
Finn, is it okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Caroline, I don't know if I'll answer the question per se, but I just came off a few days ago. I was in another RJ conference where Dr. Sia Bulela Mandela, I think he's Nelson Mandela's grandson, was speaking, and Dr. Edward Valandra, who's Indigenous practitioner and scholar here in the US. And they answered this question of how, particularly when settlers become part of this work, and here was the answer they gave, because somebody asked that question, when I'm either part of the problem, perceived or not. The question is, as Finn was saying, is sort of checking in, whether you're checking in on your privilege or whether you're checking in on whether you can do this work in mirroring, asking people about it. So Dr. Mandela, for example, said he as a man, sort of as a male identified, might not be comfortable and would have to do some work on sitting in a sexual assault panel, for example. So it's just having that sort of ability to kind of check your I don't know I can't even remember the words, but I know there was this idea of of really just checking in with people and saying, can I really represent you? And checking in with yourself if this is really the place where you think, right? If you use the tenet, as I do in RJ, of first is to do no harm. If you think that you would do no harm and sitting on that, that's kind of where I would start. I hope that makes sense.
It does.
Wonderful. Well, so there's an invitation to be reflective practitioners and professionals, reflecting on our own story. And I just want to recognize how we're doing that in this space together, from early on with Steve and some of his disclosures, to each of us trying to disclose some of our wrestle and our story. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge it feels a very restorative space right now. I just notice, my body even just responding to some of the content. It feels really uncomfortable, but it also feels good. It feels important conversations to think about some of this stuff. So thank you for really stepping in with your stories.
Oh
yeah, Niran had his hand. Did you want to say something, Niran, or?
Yeah, I think
okay, sorry.
a lot has been said, and definitely reflects my thoughts on, especially the idea of holding space. And I know for just based on some of the spaces that I've either led or participated in, one thing is important. And if, for example, we can be honest with ourselves, if being there might not be good for that space, then we should be honest with ourselves. We know if we are supposed to lead or even be part of that space. And it's also important to always contextualize every process, every case, because there's no one formula for all the cases or the incidents in RJ. So for me, there are some situations where before we even begin to go into conversations, we will need to build relationship first. We need to build trust. And when you build trust, you would know that with the connection that you've built, you can actually sit in the space. So it's important to contextualize RJ and not just want to, let's go for the result. No, you need to operate from the point of need. What is needed, and what do I even need to be in this space, So I think that's the sort of approach that I'm familiar with, and it's just beautiful when we get that sort of response.
I love that. What do I need to be in this space? There we go. What a wonderful reflection. Thank you so much all for taking part. I'm just conscious of our time, and that's okay. We're fine. We're okay at the moment, but I wonder if I could just graciously move us on slightly. Would that be okay? Unless there's anything anybody wants to say just now. We're going to have a break in a few minutes, so in case you're pining for, oh man, I need to go use the bathroom or get a cup of tea or something, we will break very shortly, if that's okay. If I could just go to, I think we've done some of this already. We've talked a lot about restorative justice and what it is and the fresh approach that it is. and that it's fundamentally about people and interpersonal relationships, and it's about somehow sitting in a space with other shared, recognizing our shared humanity and our own stories and lived experience, and all of that sitting in the room somehow to talk about what has happened here and how can we listen to each other better, and to avoid, essentially, I think there is something for me about avoiding it happening again. So how might this conversation here, how might this space help us to avoid something like this happening again? Because I really don't want you to sit through that trauma and pain again. Because I'm a human as well, because I'm if I had that pain, and, I wouldn't want to sit through that again. So I think somehow our conversations need to also look at that. So the Good Lives model, I don't know how familiar people are with the Good Lives model, but it is a model, I think we've used it a lot here in the UK. Just a quick nod or show, are people familiar with the Good Lives model? Tony Ward and the Good Lives model? No, yes, no, maybe not. But anyway, it is a model about working in criminal justice settings to think about how do we work with some of the perceived negative behaviors and replace them with positive behaviors, and understand what is behind the negative behavior. Why are people doing some of this extremist activity and some of this violent extremism? What is going on for people there? Because if someone believes that they are bad or that society is a negative place, then it would be true that negative behavior will follow. But if they believe other things about themselves, or positive or good things, that I have something to contribute, that I can live a good life, then they carry on to do that. If we just ask the question, how comes we're not involved in violent extremism, or others are? Maybe there's something that's happened for other people that mean there's a disconnection. It's a fragmented experience of whatever, of life. Lots of different factors will lead people to get involved in things. But the Good Lives model is about how to work together, I guess, particularly in criminal justice settings. How do we work together to help that person who's caused the harm to build upon their strengths and promote primary goods, which is the good life, the primary goods of cultivating empathy and remorse and repairing harm to the victim. So I guess that's what the Good Lives model is about. And it's a model of, certainly it's quite predominant here in the UK and Europe, in terms of based in criminal justice settings, working with people who do end up in the system to think about what would a good life look like. And they talk about 11 sort of primary goods, if you want to call, that will cultivate a good life. And it feels appropriate maybe just to pause there and have a comfort break. And then we will come back and look at so this is the model here. These are the 11 things that we'll look at together around the Good Lives model. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Hopefully you managed a little stretch and a break. So just thinking a bit more about the Good Lives model. It's a strength-based approach, to offend, again, I'm mindful of language here, offender rehabilitation. But most probably those in criminal justice settings and contexts that we work with, okay? It's therefore premised on the idea that we need to build capabilities and strength in people in order to reduce their risk of what we're talking about, things happening again. So, rather than, just thinking about how we can do that. And according to Good Lives model, people sort of offend because they're attempting to secure some kind of valued outcome in their life. As such, offending is essentially the product of a desire or something that's inherently human and normal. So unfortunately, the desire or goal manifests itself in a harmful or antisocial behaviors due to a range of deficits, like what we talked about earlier, possibly family, upbringing, mental health, social context, location, everything. Essentially, these deficits prevent the person from securing their desired ends in pro-social and sustainable ways, like maybe the rest of us do, for example. So thus requiring that that they resort to inappropriate and damaging means, which is harmful behavior or offending behavior, as we may know it. So intervention should be viewed as an activity that should add to an individual's repertoire of personal functioning, rather than an activity that simply removes a problem. So punishment, for example, may just remove the problem, or we put people in a locked and secure environment to remove the problem. But rather, we should maybe be devoted to managing the problems, as if a lifetime of restricting one's activity is the only way to avoid offending, for example. I'm just remembering that I put a link in the chat. Sorry, it made me think about prison and whole life terms, and in how we lock away the problem and don't maybe negotiate with the problem. But I did drop a link in the chat for a story around Andres Breivik, and that whole story that I mentioned earlier around forgiveness and how somebody's dealt with that story, which I found fascinating and interesting for your reflection at another time. But I just thought I'd draw attention to that. So the Good Lives model, that's what it's about. And they talk about these 11 sort of primary goods, shall we say, or positive ways that we're talking about. So we're going to just, sorry, I just need to, I'm just doing some technical thing here. So they talk about life, healthy living and functioning. We talk about inner peace, freedom from emotional turmoil and stress. We'll need a bit of that. And excellence in play, hobbies and interests. They talk about spirituality in the broad sense of finding meaning and purpose in life. They talk about pleasure, feeling good in the here and now. They talk about knowledge, how well informed one feels. They talk about creativity, expressing oneself through alternative forms. They talk about community, connection to wider social groups. They talk about excellence in agency, so having some kind of power or autonomy or self-directedness. And they talk about excellence in work, which is thinking about mastering experiences or mastery, having some kind of output. And they talk about relatedness, including intimate, romantic, and familial relationships. So you can see, wow, when you look at that and you think of it as a good life, this is the model that they talk about, replacing maybe some of the negative experiences with thinking about how to, which is why maybe in rehabilitation, there's an emphasis on maybe looking for work or building your spirituality or your knowledge or your experience, or connecting with community and, finding relationships that are meaningful. And we can see how all of those aspects maybe feel like a good life. So, restorative dialogue and the Good Lives model feel like they have something to offer this whole world and territory of violent extremism and violent radicalization, because if it is about maybe some disconnected and fragmentation around these aspects of life where people feel they don't have these in their lives and therefore are like it said on the previous slide, just thinking about looking for a valued outcome, which then presents itself in a negative way, the Good Lives model suggests actually, how can we, rather than just taking those things away, replacing them with something positive? Yeah, that's what we're looking at in the Good Lives model. And so restorative dialogue, restorative approaches, holding space, you know, thinking about how do we talk about conflict and harm? How do we de-radicalize? How do we untangle somebody from those extreme views or those extreme acts of violence? There is a suggestion and a proposal that the Good Lives model has got something to say about that. How do we engage them in community? How do we offer creativity, that there's other ways of expressing yourself, not just violence or extremist or us and them? You know, how do they access hobbies or interests, you know, small ways? So this is where we'll come. Community engagement is a strong part of that. So just thinking about some of these briefly, the Good Lives model is creativity. So this is what we talk of primary goods, yeah? So the experiences and activities that will increase psychological well-being, which again, we'll talk about in module 5. There's something about well-being and feeling connected and resilience that can prevent some of this stuff happening. So it's important to have creativity, isn't it, in our lives, and that we feel good. It's important to feel good about ourselves. We need to have some kind of sense of achievement, don't we? It can also help with our self-esteem. This doesn't mean that we're actually being the best in comparison to others, but feeling that we're doing the best we can in whatever we do. Excellence in work. It's really important to feel involved and to feel like we've mastered activities or developed skills that are important to us in the workplace. Even just to have a job is really important, and to feel good about yourself, to create things and make things and come up with new ideas. It's really important. I wonder how many extremists have had that opportunity in life. If you just think about that for a minute, you know, I kind of wonder about some of the people who have created extreme acts of violence, you know, how disconnected and fragmented their lives may have been. And in that story, the person thinks about Andras Breivik, for example, talks about his humanity, that he is a human and that it's important to still view them as a human being, you know. And I shared a story yesterday about, in London, there was an extreme act of violence where a person killed a serving sort of military personnel out in the street, broad daylight, in what would be called an extreme act of violence and violent radicalisation. You know, and they get a whole life term, you know, and I wonder what story they hold about themselves, you know, and I kind of think, how do we think about those people? I think is important. Having something about excellence in play, you know, it's about people spending their time in a range of activities in which they're involved. And it's important for people to see that all activities are worthwhile. And it's good to have fun in life, you know, that's part of living a good life. And then there's also spirituality. For many, it's really important, but I think it's equally important to acknowledge it feels quite a dominant part of some of the expressions of extremism and violent radicalization that we've seen in recent years. You know, sadly, maybe religion and extreme views in religion have contributed to a lot of it. And I often wonder, you know, what's happened there? You know, how have we got there? Whoever we are, it's important for us to feel like we understand our purpose in life and what it's all about. And it could be from religion, but it doesn't have to be. It could be from lots of other things. You know, for me, I am deeply spiritual and I find a lot of resonance in nature and being out in nature. But it could be being part of different communities is really important. Having that inner peace, you know, feeling sort of peaceful and comfortable is also important. Means that we should be free from difficult feelings. Well, yeah, kind of. But also, how do we sit with difficult feelings? You know, how do we live with some of those difficult feelings? We've touched on that already with some experiences that we've been sharing already. You know, life is about how we live our lives in terms of our physical health, exercise, diet, feeling. You know, all of these things. You know, it's really important. Relatedness, having intimate, romantic, and familial relationships, you know. It's quite important to feel connected and held in a slightly more intimate way, whether that's just with one person or in your family or in a community, however that's expressed. It's what we're saying is it feels important to have that. When you don't have that, maybe there's the temptation to feel isolated and to feel that the us and them develops and it becomes a stronger sense of isolation. So excellence in agency, you know, it's important to feel like we can manage and we can have control of our lives. The ability to make decisions and to feel as though you have a say in your life is really important for people. Imagine if that was taken away from you. You know, if honestly, I face it in the hospital every day. You know, guys are saying, "Why are you making decisions for me, Finn? Why are you in control of me?" You know? And it's really hard to see them struggling with that, you know, because of their mental illness, but also, you know, this sense of that it's all taken away from them. You know, they don't have control of their lives. They don't have, you know, intimate romantic relationships, or they don't have a sense of spirituality. And it's really hard to see that, but also to think, how can I bring that to them or offer them opportunities to explore that? Knowledge and understanding. You know, we've all connected here seeking maybe a bit more knowledge and understanding than to feel more informed about our world. And that feels important. That feels part of a good life, to stretch ourselves, to step into new opportunities so that we feel we understand what's going on around us, you know, that we don't feel disconnected or isolated, you know. So many people don't have that opportunity. Maybe they don't have access even to the internet or a mobile phone, you know, and how disconnecting that feels in this day and age. That was exacerbated in the pandemic. You know, we found so many families of the patients at hospital didn't have any access to technology. So we're saying, do you want to join a Teams call? They're like, what's Teams? I don't even have a phone, you know. And it's just so, you know, it's in an ever advancing technological environment, it's very easy to feel disconnected very quickly. So it's important for all of us to sort of have some kind of knowledge and develop our learning. Community. It's about having a sense of belonging and responsibility to the social group that you live in. You know, this also includes a sense of fitting in. What do we do when we don't feel we fit in? Where do we go? Where's the community for the I don't fit ins? It's important that we have a group of people where we feel we fit or we belong or we connect. And I think we can make those connections to extremism and violent radicalisation. You know, often maybe it's the people that don't fit in. You know, how many stories I've heard it in the news, you know, some of the extremists have been portrayed as, you know, misfits, or they didn't fit in, or they left school early, or dysfunctional family relation, you know, all of these labels that we place on people. But I've heard all of them in the context of this topic that we're talking about. And pleasure. It's good. It's good to feel good in the here and now. And that's just a very brief overview of the Good Lives model. And, you know, I think it's really got something to say to our field here and how restorative justice and restorative dialogue might work together with the Good Lives model to seek community engagement to prevent and address violent radicalisation and extremism. So I think that brings us to the end of that module. Yes, it does. Correct. Good. So We have had quite a bit of discussion within the module, but obviously, I don't know if you've got any reflections about maybe what sort of works well, or does that resonate with you? Can you see any connections here? What works less well, you know?
Well, I think the Good Lives model, not by that name, matches something I'm doing right now as an experiment in the state of Washington in the United States. I was given a grant to do an experimental court based on restorative justice. But it came with a lot of rules. We had to follow the academic guidelines for a drug court, academic guidelines for a mental health court, and then we could go from there. And so it was based on that, and also chronological research from both Europe, Canada, and the United States. And the Good Lives model matches what the United States refers to as either treatment court or therapeutic court. And except it's not like other courts. And it matches, I was looking, it matches the Good Lives model very, very well. The only thing we're missing in almost everything in the United States, at least in my experience as a prosecutor and judge, we don't include the victims very well. In the state of Washington, the state files charges. The state is the victim by law. We have a constitutional amendment for victims' rights, which gives a small voice in proceedings. But that's the part that's missing. Everything else, that model, we have right now, once a week in court, in treatment groups, in therapy groups. We call the court individualized treatment court, as in everybody's different, and it's restorative justice holistic approach. And so depending on who you are, you might have drug therapy, you might have mental health therapy, you might have both. One young man's in grief counseling because he lost his mom, and that triggered a lot of violence in the community. And also we're helping people find jobs because they're immigrants, helping them get medical care they don't believe they're qualified for, even though they are. Again, I think I said earlier, we're using 5 different languages, all from South America. And so it matches well, but what hit me was like, we don't include the victim very well. Either statutorily or in our constitution or in our process. It doesn't meld well with the model we have. As a former juvenile prosecutor and public defender, we use restorative justice in the juvenile system in my state all the time. The groups, the circles, the community meetings. But then when you turn 18, my state draws a bright line. Well, now you're in a punitive model. Restorative justice chance is over. And so I'm attempting to break that cycle in my very small way right now, and then under the microscope. So we'll see what happens.
Wow. So just to clarify, Stephen, you know, when you say including the victim, is that within this particular model generally more broadly in the justice system, or is it, I'm just trying to clarify in my mind, is that what your particular project right now is trying to do as well? Or is it a mixture of all of that?
We're trying to reach out to the victims of the assaults and the domestic violence in particular. Victims of the drunk drivers who got hit by someone and got their car destroyed. We try to reach out to them, but I have no legal authority over them. So like you said, voluntary, right? So we try to get their voluntary cooperation. It gets complicated. I speak English. That's the only language I know. So we have to connect them up through other agencies that speak other languages. So they can meet with each other. And it's been difficult. My city is a small city in rural Washington state. We're surrounded by forest. And fishing and that kind of activity and lumber is what the community is about. So it's been a struggle to include the victims because, I think Neela's mentioned before, some others, we don't include the victims very well. They have a right to come to sentencings. They have a right to know about court hearings. But this is a diversion type program. Nobody's been convicted. And we're trying to connect them with services, keep them clean and sober, give them a place to live, a place to get food, a place to get counseling, a place to get medical care. That part's doing very well. We ask them to tell their stories in court, and they talk about going to the park with their kid, and they never did that before because they're too busy being high on drugs or drunk. Go to a local tavern and get into fights. And some of it's racial, some of it's not. We do have a lot of immigrants. We also have, as I mentioned at the very beginning, the Christian white nationalists. Unfortunately, there's a church in town based on that. They assaulted a city council member a couple weeks ago because city council member was supportive of services for immigrants and the homeless. And so the violence has started. And so we're trying to cut into that. But what struck out to me is we don't include the victim very well.
That's true, Stephen.
That's really hard. Yeah.
It is. It's, I don't want to say it's like a fault or anything, but from a victim's point of view, because I ask this question all the time and have been working on figuring it out, by the mere fact that we are calling these efforts, whether it be alternative or diversion, all of these words, it automatically sets into a victim's mind, they're minimizing what happened to me and they're not being held accountable.
Yeah.
So again, it goes back to that whole semantics and the proper verbiage, but they're feeling like the system, and I'm using this very loosely, the word system is, well, this court looks like they're all about making sure the offender gets all these goody things, but what about me? And again, it's an inherent perception simply by, well, and rather than, and again, not all cases, but some cases, it's when you're using the term diversion, it's diversion from either going to prison, jail, whatever the case may be. And that right off the bat puts up a wall for victims of crime.
So Regina, I hear your voice, and what we do is we'll invite the victim or victim's family to come to the court. The offenders, it's not an easy way out. It's actually harder.
Right.
Through our restorative justice program, then go to jail.
I agree.
Jail's easier.
You
have to be valued.
Yes. And it takes a long time to, and then this is where you run into the roadblocks, is you're working with a victim who has all sorts of feelings, just in general. And then we're trying to educate them also, because I'm a big proponent of, well, sometimes, and again, it's a general statement, but sometimes people going to jail or prison really isn't all that terrible. They're getting fed. They maybe now have a bed to sleep in every night, all these sorts of things. But to the victim, while they're trying to process what happened to them, now we're also asking them to, on a cognitive level, to see things from the perspective of this program. And when I say the same thing, it is harder because you're trying to get to the heart of an individual. You're trying to get them, when you're talking about accepting responsibility and accountability, and to feel what their actions have done on someone else or something else. That's very overwhelming for a person who's just trying to process, whether it be from a sexual assault, a murder in their family, all these sorts of things. So the expectation, and again, we don't mean to, it's just that it's high for them to take all of it in, and they're feeling like, and again, it's very personal and individual to the person. But then sure, we can say, but you can come to court and give your victim impact statement. You can come to court and tell us any kind of sentencing recommendations that, you just personally would like to see happen. But as much as we are including and we're asking for their voice, it's the concept of, again, when you're looking at parties involved, it's sort of, and again, it's a perception. It's more or less, these sorts of courts are putting more attention, I don't know the right word here, on the offender. And again, it's coming from a victim's perspective, not that that's what's actually happening by any means. Because I agree, working through a restorative justice model on any level for an individual, it is wonderful. It is hard because they're having to face some things about themselves and all this, but just like you said, to interject that victim there a little bit more, very, very difficult because of, in some cases, the terminology of saying a diversion court or it's an alternative court. It just appears to a victim that, well, because initially we all know this. A lot of folks will say, I want them to go to prison for the rest of their lives for the pain they hurt. And we also know as time passes and healing begins and all these other things, that attitude often changes, because in the beginning, we all know that people sometimes equate justice simply with putting somebody in jail or prison. But we know justice is unbelievably a personal word to everyone. So that's all. I just wanted to say that I agree. It is lacking, but it's lacking in sometimes in the actual execution of what we're actually trying to do. It's like we're our own worst enemies sometimes. And I think somebody brought that up before, is that we're fighting something that we're also creating in the process. So I get that. It is a challenge.
Yeah, and I thank you, Regina, a lot. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, is to hear other people's voices.
And I'm on the opposite. I'm trying to hear what can be done, because I do so much work with offenders, but it's still, how can we balance the perception greater than what we're actually doing? I think is we're all doing incredible work for folks, but it's still getting past the perception that somebody seems to be getting off a little easier than they want. And that's all.
I think I'm hearing all the voices, and maybe in my mind as well, there is a distinction. Our criminal justice is wrongly, I guess, focused and centered around someone who's broken the law, essentially, isn't it? That is the focus. And, there are innovative professionals like Stephen, I guess, trying to weave in a restorative narrative and try and make that system a bit more alternative. But unless you change the whole big beast, it's going to always be a bit of a sort of, a challenge to do that, which I guess what I also see is sometimes the whole restorative process almost needs to sit totally outside that system, so the victim does feel maybe fully heard, and that there's a shared humanity, and there isn't a kind of, that it's different. It's dangerous to compare the two, because, I just kind of, I hear. I'm not sure we're going to put them all to. I think it's just to be able to dialogue about it. So thank you both for sharing your experiences. That's really helpful. I can see Bola's hand up. Did you have something to add, Bola and Sakshi?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the word that stands out quite a lot for me when we look at the good life model is the word of humanity, with all of us have gone round and round. And why? When I think about the perspective, and I'll be speaking from two sides of my mouth right now. So I hope you get where I'm going to. When you look at it from the standpoint of whether you want to call it the perpetrator of the harm or the offender, or whichever word we would prefer. I think it's very helpful in having a restorative dialogue, a conversation, to help and enable this person to see the victim through the lens of humanity. This is, I may be wrong, but I think this might be even easier when you have perpetrators that perpetrate from the point of ideology. At the same time, it's also very helpful, I think, for a victim to also see the offender from the lens of humanity, see them as first a human, somebody's child, somebody's husband, somebody's lover, somebody important to somebody else. And maybe therein lies the meeting point. However, coming from a background where criminal justice is punishment, it is handing down something to an offender for doing something wrong. And we're often talking with a victim, you find that at the core of what they are saying is a lot of anger and resentment, because the justice process does not take into, even in my country, in Nigeria, the justice process doesn't take much account of the victim. The victim is expected to be satisfied with the handing out of of punishment. And pretty much restorative dialogue is still very new. It's still something that we find in the books, and it's mentioned as an aside in the whole process. It's hard, even with the general population, the concept of punishment is like the end game, and not the whole discourse around restorative justice sounds like you're trying to make it easier for the offender and not make him acknowledge what he's going through. At the same time, oftentimes the victim is not anywhere in the vicinity of the whole discourse. The victim is often just, if involved at all, is a witness to the whole situation and not involved in the process of it. Now, in bringing it in, and this is where I have a bit of a problem, maybe this is where my bias pops out strongly. When we talk about restorative justice in terms of sexual offenders, and maybe culturally in it is sin, like, yeah, everybody agrees that sexual offense, rape, is bad. However, the harm is not fully recognized, and culturally it is culturally it would be appeased with what is termed compensation. Now, this is not the formal justice system that we inherited as a result of colonialism, but like traditionally, it will be resolved with what they call compensation, which is paid to the parents of the victim. If it's a female victim, it is paid to the parents of the victim, and not the victim himself. But the victim then lives with all the stigma and all that. And in the other option, instead of paying compensation, they would ask the perpetrator to marry the victim as a way of resolving this issue. You create what am I saying here? You have a whole system that even though the criminal justice system is now there, this traditional system, this cultural system still holds a lot of sway, where the victim would rather just disappear than be brought to the limelight to say, let us discuss how we feel and restorative justice and all that. So finding a bridge, so to bring the victim not into the limelight, and that's not what I mean, but to bring a victim into a place where their feelings are acknowledged and what they're going through is recognized, and not just kind of brushed under the carpet and hoping that you will not go through the formal system, so that you do not take, as I have heard plenty times as a lawyer, they would say, can't you just forgive him? He goes to prison for 7 years, just taking 7 years out of his life. You know, she should just forgive him. I mean, after all, nobody will know she's a rape victim if she doesn't say it. You know, so the whole restorative dialogue becomes, personally for me, even very difficult when we discuss. It's like I said, maybe it's my unconscious bias being a female, and knowing that this is what would be expected of me if I were the victim. So just to put it out there that, here, prison is not a nice place to be in Nigeria. Yeah. You have a population where people will have to probably stand to sleep and take turns and things like that. So it's really like hard punishment, and it's in like, say, something like a sexual offense, the punishment is maybe too much for that offense, if you get what I mean. I don't know if that makes much sense, but I think it's a whole balance for me that I struggle with sometimes.
Yep. Thank you so much. But there's a lot in there, isn't there? Traditional justice systems, certainly across, in the African countries that I've experienced, I resonate with a lot of what you're saying. And it reminds me a lot of mob justice. I don't know if you've ever heard of this idea, but I witnessed horrific incidents in Uganda when I lived in Uganda for 5 years, where mob justice happens. The community takes action if the police won't take action. And I won't describe what they do, but it is horrendous, when they catch somebody who's, I think particularly sexual offenders or a thief, or, someone who's done wrong in the community. They know that if they go to prison, that their family will pay the officials in a corrupt manner so that they get off, or they get a less sentence. So they won't actually get the justice they deserve. So the mob takes over, and they actually end that person's life in a horrendous way, which is then considered justice. And I kind of think, whoa, so there's so many different ideas of this word justice. And I think Ella had talked to it earlier, just about language. And, I think we're there again, wrestling with this idea of what that means to different people in different communities. So we've got a couple of hands. If we could try to keep those brief, if possible, that's absolutely fine to have the hands, and that's what we invited. And then we're going to get through a couple of bits just before we break for lunch. So if we've got, I think we've got Caroline and Sakshi. I don't know who was first. Sorry, I think Sakshi was first. Yeah, sorry. Is that all right?
Hi everyone. I just joined late. I'm from India, and I recently completed my doctorate in restorative justice. And by looking into the experiences that all the established people and practitioners have in this session, India, we do not have restorative justice at all. But being one of the practitioners, I'm trying to bring restorative dialogues into the criminal justice system, and the similar, challenges that has been explained earlier during the conversation. I haven't gone through them. I haven't reached to them because still it's a taboo of, making an encounter between offender and a victim. But there are certain challenges of similar nature that I face because offenders, they don't understand the whole notion of restorative justice, and consent plays a very important role. Convincing them that, this is something not only addressing the concern of a victim, but then concerned with their own traumas also. It's very hard for me and for all the practitioners in India to really, put restorative justice into practical use, because all of the people in India are, basically into reviewing the practices which are there outside and just understanding from a very theoretical point of view. But then when it comes to practical aspects, people are still hesitant. They don't understand the real essence of restorative justice. And I'm currently working in prisons, and it was very, very hard for me to tie up between, the inmates and the society, because the whole objective of restorative justice is that they reform, rehabilitate, and they understand what harm they have done to the other person. So this is like some few of my experiences that I had during this, a few years that I'm trying to bring in restorative justice in India.
Well, again, another challenge. Thank you so much for sharing. It's actually challenging. We did have somebody from India yesterday. Maybe you should also connect, because they're also trying to, develop restorative practice in India, which I think, hearing some of their experiences you share and they shared yesterday, it's quite a challenge. Yeah, so very similar actually. So maybe we'll try and connect you as well. Thank you. Caroline?
Yeah, I just have some observations to make. And my observation is that after listening to Stephen, I'm encouraged to study the restorative justice process in Cameroon, because I was in Cameroon 3 months ago, and I tried to talk with some of the state prosecutors, and their feeling was that restorative justice can never deter crimes. They thought that punishment was a way of deterring people from committing crimes. And I'm really surprised that a prosecutor like Stephen is doing what he is doing. And again, in Cameroon, the issue of mental health is not taken seriously, or people rather tend to think that others have mental health issues and not them. I was in Cameroon. I wanted to set up a non-governmental organization on mental health, and I invited a few people, and these were people, some of them were like internally displaced people, and all of them thought that they didn't have mental issues. And I was surprised, because all of them are involved in the crisis. And that was when I realized that very little or nothing has been done in Cameroon about the mental health of the citizens, and especially at this time that there's an ongoing crisis. And when I tried to talk to the state prosecutors to say the restorative justice process could lead to some sort of healing, they didn't see with me. So I'm rather encouraged by Stephen, and I say I'm going back. I know how hard it is, but I am going back to try and do something.
Well, wonderful. It feels like a rich space that we're all learning from each other and recognizing, wow, there's lots of, innovative things going on. And we'll talk a bit about that, I guess, in our sort of community engagement and stuff, how there are, in fact, our next module talks a little bit about actual practice. So, how are we practicing restoratively? What are the things that we can use? Some of you have mentioned them already. If it's okay, maybe I will just continue with that, if that's okay. So just thinking a bit about all of the conversations we've had, maybe how to implement and how to use our experience and collaborate with others. This is in this module, we're just looking very briefly again at some of the strengths and limitations of RJ. We're looking at some samples of innovative RJ approaches. Obviously, some have been discussed right here, live and direct with us today. We're actually doing it in our different spaces. And we're also looking at maybe some of the different steps of restorative dialogue in terms of how do we do that? How do we, how do we hold space? In different ways around the world, actually. So just some thoughts in regards to that, I think, some of you may have come across the literature on RJ. It's, there is quite a lot out there, but it's not all applicable, shall we say, that, we can't always do the same approaches in the same context, because even just on the call, we've got so many different contexts around the world where we're trying to apply or think about RJ practice and RJ theory, or how we do it. So with all that in mind, there's lots of different ways of engaging. So I think we've acknowledged some of this already. We've talked a lot about the risks around language and the tools to ordinary justice and what we use, some of the limitations, some of the restrictions. There's a real risk that we're involving people to hold space, as we've talked about, or to conduct restorative dialogue that maybe aren't equipped or have adequate training and support, or they don't have a sort of reflective manner or aware of their own bias, for example. All of those things are quite risky when we're engaging with restorative dialogue. Or there's this idea that we have to force the victims to meet the perpetrators, or force them to forgive, like I think it was Caroline said, in their country, or culturally, how we deal with justice in different cultures, and obviously some of the consequences of that is that, people feel marginalized, and for others, sometimes it just gets standardized, or we just, there isn't adequate preparation, and then the impact is very limited. So I think that, it's just important to be mindful that there are these sort of risks and consequences of not maybe thinking about restorative practice, in that way. And just thinking about some of the strengths, though, I think, again, we've talked a bit about this in a sense that restorative dialogue, there's a real focus on the relationship between the subjects, or between the people, or the social context, which is a real strength. We're focused on trying to repair those relationships and the elements of the quality of those relationships. So we've talked a bit about that within the Good Lives model, but it's also, in different cultures, that's going to be expressed in a different way. And also, what are the most suitable tools, to use? It may not be restorative justice, but it might mean that we go for mediation, for example, that maybe is less formal, and just thinking also, how do we involve the family and the community in the process, in the wider context of the restorative dialogue? And then also thinking about some of the weaknesses, though, there is evident on this call as well, but also around the world, there's a real lack of awareness and understanding among professionals about restorative dialogue or justice, police officers and other professionals in the justice system, and the community in general. It's a real challenge to then implement it. It feels like we almost have to raise the awareness before we can implement. So, there's obviously legal and institutional constraints, the remuneration culture, the lack of funds, the lack of cooperation and communication between institutional levels, and I think this is going to be different, obviously, in different countries, but I think the weakness or the challenge is the same. The inclusion of RJ in the traditional justice system as a method among many, it feels a real challenge at times, to involve it. So what are the opportunities that we have? I think there's lots of opportunities to sort of try and introduce this in our contexts or in our work, in the different ways that we can. And I think we've recognized on the call, but I think it's important to recognize again, crime is a complex phenomenon, but it does represent a huge opportunity for restorative dialogue and restorative justice. There does feel like a space for it. It's really important to involve different levels of social institutions, and it's important not to set limits on applicability in relation to the type of crime. So we've talked a bit about that. You know, some crimes are obviously a bit more sensitive to sort of deal with, but I think it's really important that we don't set those limits, and that I think earlier on we talked about the point of need. I think it was Nerkan who said, you know, something around, you know, you've got to operate from the point of need. So it shouldn't be us deciding or setting the limits, but maybe inviting the participants, which is what the next one is about, promoting active participation of all in the crime, so that, you know, you can find a resolution. There is evidence out there that restorative justice has definitely shown considerable effectiveness, especially in seriously violent crimes. So, but we can also hear, like from Caroline's experience and in other cultures, actually, you know, professionals and the system don't see it like that. They don't see it as a deterrent, or that it might stop someone from doing something again. So we have a long way to go to working with the different agencies. And the opportunities for RJ at the local level is the involvement of volunteers in the community. So that is a way of promoting awareness and education. You know, when we involve people from the community who are from all different backgrounds and walks of life, I suppose it offers an opportunity for greater participation, you know, for citizens in the judicial process. And I think there's something about the wider exposure of the community to sort of non-violent conflict resolution skills, you know, and there is definitely some kind of reduction of cost associated with restorative ways in terms of the criminal justice system. So what do you choose? Where do you go with this? You know, what's next? I maybe won't touch on these all individually, but I just wanted to draw your attention to all of these different options. And some of you, can you hear me okay? It says my internet connection is unstable. You got me all right, everybody online? Can you hear me okay? I think I've frozen. No. Yeah, you got me? Caroline. Okay, thank you, Caroline. Sorry, I was just checking that I hadn't frozen or something. So some of these we've talked a bit about already, you know, and some of them may be new to you. But just to make you aware that these are the different options, shall we say, for engaging or promoting or implementing restorative dialogue within your community, within your institution, and maybe even within your family or within your community. So there's lots of different ways to think about it. And maybe at the end, if you've got any reflections on those different groups or the different ways of working it, I think that, you know, circle work is really powerful space for people to be heard, but also to be educated about the restorative process. And it feels quite a sort of neutralizing way or equal way of getting everybody together in the same room, sitting around a circle to talk about the impact of something that's happened. Feels, yeah, certainly in my experience, that has been very powerful, you know, using circles for that. So thinking about RJ, or, you know, some of the prerequisites, what's important in the process, there is this, I mean, we've talked about some of these already, actually. I don't want to go over too many of them, but I think it's important that we don't, you know, you don't only suspend a judgment, but I think you're almost got to just have no judgment in some ways. But I think that's different to being aware of your own, maybe your biases or your challenges. I think then there does need to be a real openness to listen. So if someone is already set in their idea or perspective of what justice is, it's going to be really hard to weave in restorative justice or weave in any kind of restorative dialogue. There has to be an openness to listen on what the other people have got to say, and you may not necessarily agree with it, but I think there's a real importance. So when we're also doing or delivering restorative approaches, it's important we're encouraging our participants or those involved that there needs to be some openness to listen. And yeah, just a sort of a sense of humility and compassion. I think we talked a bit about that earlier, where we kind of see both parties see each other as humans. You know, this shared humanity needs to be a sort of compassion and understanding for that. Yeah, so it's important to think that all these different practices, there's lots of different ways of doing it, isn't there? There's the one-to-one dialogue, which we've done. There's dialogue in a group, with or without a facilitator. I don't know if it, can it work without a facilitator? Maybe we could, maybe that is a way of thinking differently about delivering restorative work. So there's something about a sort of silent, present facilitator, just holding the space. Yeah, maybe that's what holding the space is. Great. We had quite a bit of interaction again in that one. You guys are wonderful. But just as we sort of close that sort of module about thinking how to deliver some of this, or how the different ways and opportunities that are possible, are there any thoughts or questions before we look at community engagement, which might answer some of the previous questions? Does anyone have any burning questions or comments they would like to make? Our police chief, Stephen was saying, I'm lucky our police chief attended this class yesterday.
Probably close. Stephen, who is the chief, police chief? Oh, you're muted.
Hopefully she showed up. Her name is Carol Beeson. She was scheduled. If she didn't make it, I'll chew her out later.
Maybe, I don't know. Carol, was she here yesterday? I don't remember Carol. You'll have to have a word with her, Stephen.
I'll have to word with her because I had her signed up. I'll send her a copy of all the materials.
Yeah, wonderful.
She's very open-minded, so I am very lucky.
Yeah, that's great. And that is such a great resource, isn't it? Having those maybe in more senior positions or more leadership positions, having some kind of openness to a different way of thinking about stuff is so crucial. Really hard when you've got someone who's not open, it's really, really difficult. Yeah.
She's open-minded, and we have a third of the police force is female. We have about 5 officers are bilingual. Some are naturalized citizens, so it's very diverse, and I feel lucky that we have her.
Yeah, good. Wow. I'm also lucky to have a very senior psychologist who's very pro-restorative work here in the UK, which means that restorative work can happen in mental health, where traditionally the response has been, they can't get involved with restorative justice because they're too ill, or they don't have capacity, or they don't understand what they did, all of those sort of stigmatizing comments. Feel like
I did mental health public defense for 20 years. So. I did mental health public defense for 20 years, an inpatient unit. So
yeah, wow. Yeah. So
they have rights, they have feelings.
So I think there's something about, having advocacy a little bit above us, or some kind of openness to implement these things, is really powerful. So, okay, last bit just before we break for our breakfast or lunch or whatever, wherever we are in the world. So this is again one of the sort of key aspects of this work when we're thinking about, radicalization and violent extremism. How do we do community engagement well, or how do we advocate, or how do we empower people? So again, it's just a snippet of the module, but it's we're going to just have a look at that briefly before we break. So roughly what we're going to look at in this module is that we're going to present a framework, or supporting the role of communities in the prevention and countering of violent radicalization and extremism. We're going to introduce accountability and commitment-driven communication approaches, and sort of systemize maybe a practical model of engagement that can enhance society's skills and the capacity to prevent and counter radicalization. So I think it's important that we discuss some of these ideas and principles about how we engage with our communities. So thinking about that, an empowered community is established when the communication approach of civic discourse shifts towards generating accountability and commitment, supporting efforts to overcome social fragmentation. So we've touched a little bit on that already through the sort of Good Lives model, and through some of the thinking around maybe how people get involved in this in the first place. There seems to be a lot of fragmentation around, and in this work and in this module, we're trying to think about what we can do differently to maybe overcome some of that social fragmentation. So communication and engagement is rooted in accountability. Okay, it's created by focusing on the potential for transformation, and we would suggest that the three core parts of that is sort of thinking a bit about how we engage, or what is the difficulty, or what is the challenge that we're presented with, strategizing, getting people together to think about a strategy. How do we engage with the community? How do we provide accountability? And then obviously there's a we have to apply that. There's no good just sitting there thinking about it, developing a one-off strategy, and there's no application. It's really important in our engagements that we think, how can we do that well? So the project and the work that's been going on around this identified sort of 8 core principles, if you want. And again, it's not exclusive or exhaustive in any way. It's just offering, some kind of framework to think about successful and sustainable engagement. So we need to think about cultural change and organizational commitment. The design, organization, and ongoing processes must be rooted in ample and inclusive planning, clearly defining purposes and needs. So it's really important to somehow come to the process of community engagement with an open mind, and a bit of what we've talked about already in terms of understanding that we actually might be part of the problem. And acknowledging that and thinking, how do we do this well? Thinking about mainstreaming and inclusion, democratic legitimacy and quality outcomes are reliant upon the diversity, involving everyone in the demographic diversity as well, and the empowerment of diverse individuals, ideas, and voices. It can be sometimes hard, isn't it? I certainly want to silence the voices that feel a bit sort of, provocative or sort of different. I think, oh, I don't know how to deal with that. But there's something about being inclusive in our community engagement that's really important. Power sharing. Who has got the power? Yeah, who's actually in control, really? The community must have an active role and a sense of belonging in the process of community engagement. It's definitely about doing it with the community, not to the community or for the community, but there must be something in fact, that's a restorative sort of ethos, is how do we do it with the community? Local flexibility and tailoring. Again, I think we've touched on this as well, that you all have got some kind of local knowledge that means it's going to look different wherever you are, but it's important to take note of local flexibility and tailoring. You must think about the approaches that are going to work for you locally, because it's going to be different in different contexts around the world. Capacity building, training and resources are really important, again, for community engagement, that we're thinking about the training and the resources that we can offer, that they are all inclusive and accessible for everyone. And the roles of individuals must be clearly defined, I guess, in order for the skills and the resources and knowledge to be used accordingly. Confidence and trust is key and a priority when thinking about community engagement. Clear process should revolve around transparency. Communication, again, is such a key one and so easy to get wrong so often. But the engagement processes must be rooted in community input, ensuring that information and feedback is consistently exchanged, not just at the beginning or the end, but consistently. And partnership and collaboration, we know it works so much better when we're engaging other partners, collaborating with lots of different disciplines and approaches to tackle issues that can arise along the way. Because a social worker is going to think about different issues than I would, or a mum, or someone with lived experience will think differently. So it's important to have all of those voices, because they might help us to sort of work with issues as they arise. And so the type of engagement will depend on the community itself and should always be tailored to the context. So some methods used to implement community engagement and empowerment are, we're promoting leadership in the community, thinking about ways of engaging community members, especially, I suppose, including young people through training of, in leadership skills, mentoring and role models. Again, we've talked about this idea of organizing maybe spaces to have dialogue, discussion forums, democratic platforms where we're trying to think, so how do we engage the community? And ultimately, we were thinking about this in the context of trying to either prevent some of the violent radicalisation and extremism, but also to work with it if we know it's maybe present in the community, but a bit more hidden. For example, if we are in inner city Philadelphia, for example, where gang violence is pretty on the rise, maybe we might organise dialogue and discussion forums where we're talking a bit more openly about that and the impact of that and maybe how to deal with that in a restorative way. Just an example. Another key training area is thinking about how we engage religious figures, religious leaders, to sort of maybe engage with young people and adults, not just on faith-related matters, but also social and integration matters. How are religious leaders, Stephen, unfortunately, you've got a challenge in your community. I think you mentioned something about the local church, and I think it's the far right, Christian nationalist view. It's quite a challenge. How do we educate those leaders in our communities about these issues? I think it's a real important one. And training key community figures to identify maybe who are the vulnerable individuals in our community who may, as we know, get groomed or involved or wrapped up in some of this stuff very quickly. because of their vulnerabilities. So really important part of the work is our community engagement and how we think about, tailor it, and, you know, have a strategy to engage with the community effectively, inclusively, you know, and with the knowledge of all these factors. So just very briefly, again, thinking about our efforts to successfully sort of mobilize, engage and empower communities. And this is really thinking about how we prevent now, maybe, you know, generating ideas to encourage dialogue, thinking about solutions, identifying, classifying and matching actions and those who need to act on them, you know, engagement, thinking about creating common agendas and backbone processes to hold some of the engagement, generating impact, establishing shared priorities, metrics and managing outcomes. So I think there is something about, you know, what is the impact of our engagement? How do we sustain, that was the next one actually, sustained empowerment, you know, evaluating, disseminating and re-engaging. You know, there has to be an aspect of, is this working? Have we got this right? Do we need to, is there somebody missing here? Sharing that information and then re-engaging people. So it's really important if we're looking at successful engagement to prevent some of this extremism and radicalization. These were some of the sort of independent stages to think about as we're going forward. I think the next one was talking a bit more about these, but I won't go into that too much just now, I think, but that, again, those are in the training materials, but just, yeah, I think I've talked to some of this already. Identifying and mapping. Yeah, I think I talked through these already. Sorry, I was ahead of myself in the game. Contextualize, yeah. I think I just noticed, maybe I didn't say this, but I think it was important to work directly with the community to ensure concerns and aspirations are consistently understood, considered and addressed. So I think it's a real challenge. I mean, I don't know about your experiences of community engagement with some of this stuff, particularly thinking about violent radicalisation and extremism, how to engage the communities where we are in talking about this specific topic. It'd be interesting to hear of any of your experiences and whether some of this sort of these steps to engaging actually translate into your context, or is there something that's missing? You know, thinking about the impacts. Are there, yeah, does this work? I mean, does it, any thoughts about that? I think that was the last. Yeah. I think this was the, yeah, I think that was the last one actually related to this in terms of, just as we are with this project, I suppose, thinking about, you know, evaluating and monitoring. It's important in our community engagement that we think about that. Think about, you know, are we scratching where it itches? Are we creating the spaces that need to be created for the open dialogue? Yeah. I wonder what others think about that. That was the end of that module. There was a question within that module that we thought about landing in terms of if your local, regional and national communities were really committed to making a difference, do you think that this would change your role or your views in terms of how you might engage with them? Or, yeah. It doesn't have to be an answer to that question. It could just be any reflections from that module on sort of thinking about, engaging with the community. Have I missed something? Do you feel like, yeah.
I don't think we've missed anything.
Sorry, I missed the beginning.
I don't think we missed anything in the discussion.
Yeah.
But I feel very strongly that in my small city, in my court, and I'm from a larger city, I'm from Seattle. You probably know that about Microsoft and Amazon, that place. But the city I am now, it's really, really hard to engage the community, and for that matter, the politicians at the state level, to accept new ideas. They're so locked into a punishment model, and I feel my hands are tied in many ways. I'm pushing upstream, and I guess the question I would have, I guess, for the whole group is, really have that experience. How do I re-educate these people or open up their eyes to other possibilities? How do I sell this? Because that's what I've got to do.
And when you're talking about selling this, what's the this again, Stephen, specifically?
So the this specifically, and somebody asked me the question in chat. I'll pull it up real quick. Specifically, I think it was Neela wrote, in traditional conflict models, we have a litigation bias that arcs towards punitive outcomes. She is correct, at least in the United States, and most of Western Europe, I believe. Our current criminal legal system often responds to harm done in relationships or crimes and asks three questions. What law or policy was broken? Yep. I do criminal arraignments, people get arrested. Who broke that law or policy, and what punishment is warranted? My response was, I'm trying to change that last one to what remedy is best for the offender, victim, and community. So specifically, that's what I'm pushing for. In my ideal world, every court case that comes in front of me will be treated as a sort of justice and sentencing stage. Courts in the United States are different in every single state. They're all different, all semi-independent. And my jurisdiction does not include 2 Native American tribes, which are also inside the area and their own laws and rules, and are actually more restorative justice than we are by historical tradition. So I'm not sure where I'm going with this. It's like I feel like I'm trying to climb uphill with people throwing rocks down on top of me, and not sure how to get to the top with a long tradition of lock them up.
Yeah, it's going to take some time, but you also did say that you've got I think a police chief on your side, which is a start. I know it's not going to change the whole system, but boy, that's a positive start. I think, can the two systems, it's a bit speaking to your point earlier when you were in discussion a bit with Regina, there was, you're trying to introduce two systems to sit alongside each other, which feels a real challenge. It's almost like, as a restorative practitioner, I feel like I want to get rid of one system and say, either we have this one. I know, it's maybe not the answer. But
Yeah, my state's broken up into 39 counties. My state's about the size, slightly smaller than England, would be the state of Washington, if you want comparative geographical size.
yeah.
And 3 blocks away is a county court. And we're broke up into what kind of cases we get to hear from what areas geographically. The lower court judge, as we call them, who does lower crimes like I do, 3 blocks away is fire, brimstone, punishment, lock them up. I'm 3 blocks away, and I'm inviting pizza to have a pizza party before court, and then sending people to treatment and counseling and food banks, and the difference is so stark. And then I also have a community that, London's much more diverse, and I'm a Hotspurs fan, by the way. But ours, we have immigrants from South America, and then we have people who are born and raised there. And the friction is great among some members on both sides. And my treatment course being hidden by the press from the community at large, because they won't print an article, and we only have 1 paper. They won't print an article about a court that is, in their minds, giving benefits to immigrants or people of brown skin who are not from there. And so I don't know how to get past those barriers. And so this is some of my reflection, I guess. I feel like I've done a lot of good work, but how do I expand that good work if I have a lot of prejudice to push up against?
I admire your tenacious spirit, and I think you've got what it takes, and it's slow work. Yeah.
Even if to the extent that I can help, I've actually try to connect with you on LinkedIn. I think
I'm there.
just 3 observations that I think might help. One of them maybe not so obvious, but back to the question of semantics in this work, and what Regina was mentioning earlier, what we talked about, I really do think they're important. We're having those struggles in the higher ed space, particularly with the Title IX and the Title VII documentation, and how we call everything that's not a traditional legal system adversarial pathway an informal resolution. I think the word informal and a survivor or victims where they happen to be don't always sit so well together. So that's something that's kind of hard to work through. So that's number 1. Number 2 is, I think, to get to your question, Finn, the critical importance of pre-conferencing in this work, right? To make sure that, what you're delivering in circle or whatever, or harm space is exactly what the community or the local unit needs. And Stephen, to your question about, I think it's partly something actually the higher ed space deals with a lot. It's a question of change in storytelling. Like, we're so biased towards an automatic adversarial response that it kind of sort of paints the way we look at harm, period. So I think it might be helpful for you to find a community of practice, maybe in the higher ed space, where there's some pretty interesting work going on. Not that I want to be touting another, but there's really interesting work going on by David Karp at the University of San Diego, looking particularly at restorative justice in the sexual assault space now, which is something we never considered before, beyond the K-12 space. So that would be something interesting. And they're pulling some interesting pilot data that I think maybe you can use in terms of like selling it. I put that in air quotes to the higher ups, because I don't think we have data that kind of speaks well to the power of this philosophy, this approach. And once we get that, it'll be easier to do. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I appreciate the input, and I guess it'd be great if voluntarily we could all share our contact information with each other when it's over.
Well, just because it's live and direct and we're talking about it now, we're sort of flirting with the idea of some kind of community of practice out of this work. You know, I think about that sort of thinks about restorative justice, of course, and restorative practice, but also holds closely the challenge of how that dialogues with violent radicalisation and violent extremists. So not to lose sight of that challenge that's on our doorstep, but to see how we can weave the two together and host a space where we can journey together with some of those wrestles and struggles from around the world in our different contexts, and that we don't feel alone and that we're not, you know, that we can share ideas and innovations. So, you know, hold tight. It's not in place just yet, but it might be that we can think of a space to sort of keep the conversation open about that stuff, you know.
So Finn, I appreciate that. I guess maybe to emphasize, and maybe those in the United States will understand better. I've been to England a few times, and I know that cultures are different. There's a lot of guns in the United States. I'm sure you're quite aware of that. The tension between that Church of Christian Nationalists and immigrant population that I'm serving with my program is pretty high, and they know I'm helping immigrants. When I get off work, I put on a bulletproof vest to go to my car. That's my work reality. So the tension's there.
Wow.
The violence is on the edge. A city council member has already been assaulted. So not feeling alone is greatly appreciated.
I hear you, Stephen. Wow.
Stephen, you're not alone. You're definitely not alone. I have done the same myself in a reproductive space. It's hard in the States. It's really hard. So you have people out there.
Wow. And that almost feels really close in terms of when you talk, I didn't quite get, maybe if you can just put it in the chat, well, is that even safe? I don't know. But I didn't quite get the two parties in conflict. I think you said something about the church of, yeah.
We have a Christian nationalist white church.
Christian,
and they see themselves, as, you know, they're white supremacists.
Yeah. They
are against the homeless being in town. They're against anyone who's not white. You have 1/3 of the city is immigrants from Guatemala who are fleeing about 10 to 20 years of drought and are farmers. They're almost all here legally, and they work very hard. But this Christian nationalist group wants them gone. They think the town belongs to them. And how it pops up is I'm helping this immigrant population. They don't like that. The city council supports this part of their community because it's part of their community. And one city council member is an immigrant. And they're very vulnerable. And so, yeah, that's the tension. And they go to a local pub or tavern, people get on both sides, they drink. And then they end up on the streets going home or walking home, driving home. And then fights happen. People get stabbed or beaten up or put in the hospital. And that's the tension that's going on right now.
And I'm just struck with what would restorative dialogue? Would you even get them in the room? Can you? I'm considered
to be in one of the most liberal parts of the United States, the state of Washington, but it's everywhere.
Stephen, I feel for you. Most of my career was in Texas. So
I feel for you, and I never want to go there. I've been there once.
My email, buddy, because I am not Texan that, so I wound up moving to DC. But I know, I understand, and I've sent my email to you all to go ahead and email me so we can talk later. But I understand working upstream against certain mindsets and certain cultures, and it's within like one city. I mean, Fort Worth, Texas, and Dallas, Texas are diametrically opposite in their ideologies, their beliefs, their politics, their way of life, and they're less than 35 miles apart, and it is vastly, vastly different. And so when you're working in cities that are right next to each other, and you have a person who may live in one community, a crime was perpetrated in another community, and then you're going to another court, it's all jumbled up because of this. The people who are in charge all have very different thoughts, and they're often very extreme from each other. So I can help with at least talking through some of the things we've done, because we have such strong conservatives mixed in with trying to have some folks, and they're calling, even like when we're thinking about restorative justice, many people truly look at it as some kind of liberal, left wing, you name it. And then we're like, no, this is just about being, sensitive or kind or whatever words you want to use, but everything kind of gets labeled a term for whatever reasons. And that's a shame. But like I said, I just gave everyone my info. If you just want email, we can, call or talk at another time. But yeah, I understand and I feel for you. My brother used to live in Seattle, and he wound up moving because my family's very ethnic. He married a woman from Niger, Africa. My other brother married a woman from Tokyo. And, we just have a very unique family. But again, the mindsets of everybody, when we walk into a store, I'd have my nieces and nephews with me, and I had people saying to me, "Oh, you're such a good Christian. Look at all these little mixed race children you adopted." And I'm like, no, they're my family, they're my blood, and mind your own business, kind of thing. But very true, very true.
It feels to me the heart of the matter is how we work upstream. We've all got our upstreams. I'm kind of thinking that's the gold in this conversation, is how do we feel more connected, not alone, and work upstream, because it's really hard work working upstream. And I feel like I've done it for most of my life, but more importantly, the last sort of 5 or 6 years in mental health in a psychiatric hospital, I get that all the time. And so sometimes I don't tell people where I work, because I know they're going to come, why are you working with those monsters? So that's my upstream. You've got your upstreams. And I think somehow it's great not to feel alone, because I think that the restorative community is somehow trying to speak to that. That we're trying to speak to that about, thinking, we just thought a bit together about community engagement, and thinking, how on earth do we do it? How do we get the enemies to sit down and be around the table together, and even just have an open dialogue where we're not trying to fix each other, we're not trying to solve the problems, but we're just trying to listen and to hear, and also to feel like we're heard, and that we're not some kind of enemy in the system. We want to work together. We don't want to, but they're really difficult issues, isn't they? They're really difficult upstreams. So rooted in not the good life. If you think about it, going back to the good lives model and those 11 sort of areas, we kind of think even some of our enemies may be missing some of the good life. We're missing some of the good life. How can we yeah, there's so much, but I appreciate your vulnerability and openness on the call, everybody. It feels really rich to the conversation, you know. Yeah, sometimes I have to deal with being seen as a traitor for even suggesting RJ in some community situations. Yeah. Why are you taking their side? What do you want to do that for? You know, it's like, you traitor, and then you're treated because you, yeah, it's a real challenge. But I think it's important that we find the spaces where the conversation is welcome, so that we can get the strength to sort of keep swimming upstream. If it's okay with you, and there's nothing else to sort of share or comment on or feedback just now, does anybody have any other thoughts or comments before we have a break for feeding time of some sort? We can have a slightly longer break now for lunch, or what's the time where you guys are again, Stephen? You're on mute, sorry.
It's 12 minutes to 5 a.m. The sun will be coming up soon.
Whoa, it's breakfast time for you.
Breakfast.
5 a.m. Gee, wow, you've done well. You must be, well, thank you so much for sticking. And I think the others are a bit further on in their day, but maybe it's going to be some kind of break is really important now, if that's okay.
I was hoping somebody from Australia would be here so I wouldn't feel left out.
We actually had someone from Australia, but they were sitting in this room yesterday. They just happened to be in London. It was hilarious. I was just like, whoa, how did that happen? Yeah. Thank you so much for your time, your energy, and your engagement, everybody. Would it be okay if we take a break now? Yeah. So shall we try and come back in about 40 minutes or so for us? So that will be 1:30. For Stephen, it's going to be just after 5:30 in the morning, I think, somewhere around there. So about 40 minutes or so for a break, if that's okay. Yeah, and we'll see you back then. If there's some thumbs up, great. Thumbs up to you guys. Well done, everybody. See you back in about 40 minutes. So welcome back. Thank you very much for coming back. Had a little break, feeling a bit nourished. Hopefully you are too. So we've got a couple more modules to look at, maybe less chunky, but nonetheless still really important when we're thinking about this idea of restorative dialogue and violent radicalization, is this idea of resilience, which I think is an interesting word, but I think we're going to look at it a bit more in depth. Mental health has come up already a couple of times in terms of both who we're dealing with and how it impacts on our work, but also neurodiversity. I don't know how familiar people are with that term, neurodiversity, but let's look at that together and think, how does that connect? So we've been on a journey of just exploring briefly, what do we mean by violent radicalization and violent extremism, and just trying to define it. But I think that's more to just feel like we've got some sense of what we're talking about. And then we looked a lot at restorative justice theory and the Good Lives model. We spent quite a bit of time digging into that, teasing out, wrestling with what do we actually mean? How do we do this thing? How do we hold space for one another? How do we think about, our own stuff in the midst of the work? And then how do we implement some of that restorative justice practice? What are the sort of tools that we can use, and the circle methods, and thinking about some of the limitations, the strengths, the weaknesses, and then dipping into community engagement just before lunch, which I felt was a really rich time, but also I felt quite impacted by what some of you are dealing with, and some of the challenges out there, but also encouraged that there are people out there like us willing to stand with people like you. And
sorry,
yeah,
what I was trying to ask you, you should probably let the room.
I've admitted her already. I've admitted. Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
Bola, can you hear us?
I'm here now. I think I had a little trouble getting it, but I'm here now.
Hey, wonderful. Great. I was just double checking that you weren't. I saw you and I admitted you, and then great. Good to see that you're back. And so I was just recapping a little bit of our journey so far. And yeah, we had a bit of a deep dive into some of the challenges of community engagement just before lunch. So the last two modules, if you've even dipped into the e-course, you will see that module 5 talks a little bit about resilience, mental health, and neurodiversity. And then we look finally at something called trauma-informed practice, which I don't know how familiar some of you are with that. But let's dig into that for a little bit before we maybe think about some questions together, and then we've got a checkout circle. So I don't know what schedule you had, but we may finish a little bit early, which is lovely for a Saturday. And then you can go and get some sleep or do what you need to do. So what are we thinking about? We're going to try and present some, again, we like to define, don't we? The definition of mental health and impact of traumas in violent radicalisation and extremism. We're going to think a little bit about introducing a relationship between emotional intelligence, resilience, neurodiversity, and violent radicalisation and extremism, how they connect and what's the impact. And submit the importance of multidisciplinary understanding and practice in risk assessment and intervention. So we may touch on that briefly, although the e-course will dig a bit deeper into that, but I think it's worth thinking about, some of that impact when we're assessing or when we're delivering or when we're engaging in this work. So resilience, what is that? What are we talking about? I suppose the purposes of the project and, thinking about its impact on RD and AVR, it refers to a person's capacity to recover quickly from depression or discouragement. So it also refers to the capacity or state of being adaptable in tough circumstances. So some of us in criminal justice settings deal with very difficult stories and circumstances. So resilience is something that maybe you've heard of, or you've been expected to be, or conduct yourself in a resilient way. Overall, it's a skill, I guess, that can be learned and strengthened through various steps from different areas such as emotional capacity or physical health. This ability is critical, I guess, for offenders, again, but also for professionals working with them. So we can say that professionals working in the criminal justice system can handle challenging and stressful conditions by learning how to be resilient. They will be able to learn how to handle a defensive and offensive work environment, as well as deal with unforeseen encounters with extremist offenders. And I think that's true to some degree. I don't know what your experience of this is, but from my own personal experience, I actually hit a wall in January this year. I've been doing, obviously, as I said, secure setting work for about 10 years. And I've heard numerous stories, tragic stories, uplifting stories. And I've found that maybe I wasn't resilient for one reason or another. I had to admit to myself I couldn't listen to any more stories. I didn't have the capacity to hold anything else my physical health was pretty good. I cycled regularly, so I was quite able, but somehow emotionally, I got stuck and had to reach out for help to then, I suppose, get back on track. Although, you know, I still hear the difficult stories and I still face it, but it feels slightly different in a sense of maybe got some different tools. So, but that's me. I wonder how others maybe who maybe don't recognize that, or they're not able to reach out for help, or don't have ready access to support, how would they then become or develop resilience? But we can see that it's important both for our professionals in terms of us working with people, but also for those who we work with to somehow, you know, manage or live with difficult encounters. And this was from the research. So, you know, as a result of the project and looking into some of the connections between mental health and resilience and stuff with, with this particular topic, it was noted there's a strong link between mental disorders and lone actor violent extremists, much more often than between group actors. So according to investigation of Grunwald, Chermark and Freilich, 40% of lone actors in their data set had experienced mental disorders. Meanwhile, only 7.5% among group-based actors. I wonder what people, if that feels familiar, strange, or does that resonate, or is that like, whoa, I'm a bit surprised. Are there any reactions to that at all?
Surprised. Having dealt in the mental health field, well, I really saying is I'm old, but everybody. So I've done a lot of stuff. So 20 years. Sorry, my morning alarm went off. Dealing with mental health inpatient. Most of my clients are not violent. 99% of them, if they hurt anybody, it's themselves. If they commit a crime, it's usually trespassing or minor theft. So 40% lone actors have mental illness, I guess, kind of surprised me, but I don't think the data would be true backwards direction. And then the comparisons to a group, I don't know, I guess it kind of throws me off a little bit because most of my clients, the most they ever do is hurt themselves.
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, I've just seen Caroline's hand has gone up, and then I can maybe offer some reflections. Is that Caroline? Did you have your hand up, or is that an old hand, a historic?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just want to share some experiences. Before I became a lawyer, I was a human rights promoter. And in my office, I used to listen to some disturbing stories. And I thought I would never hear all. I thought I was like, I'm getting to the brain. But when I started with restorative justice, and again with the research I was doing in Oxford University, it was like living all the crises in people's lives, living all the problems in people's lives twice. Because I had to hear them, I had to do cases in court, or I had to write about them. It was like living it about 3 or 2 times in my life. And at one point I had to look for help. Yeah, I couldn't just stand it. That's when I realized that I was not resilient.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to know we're not alone, that actually as professionals, we are also humans. You know, some of the stories are really, you kind of think, wow, people do that to each other. You know, you just think, and it really affects, you know, clearly you were affected. I think the repetition is even harder, you know, in terms of your job. Obviously, like you say, you can hear it 2 or 3 times if you're, you know, hearing it, writing it, presenting it in court, you know. It's really difficult to do that over a sustained period of time. And this idea, I mean, I don't know, you know, it's in the material, because I think there is an element of truth in a sense of the high prevalence of mental disorders among lone actor violent extremists. Whilst I haven't done a deep dive and have got all the evidence and research from maybe even just the stories in the media, you know, part of me wants to say that I've read in most, if not all, something about a mental disorder of some sort that was prevalent, whether it was personality disorder or mild psychosis or, you know, depression or anxiety or, you know, schizophrenia, history with the mental health services. It doesn't mean that that's the reason, but it's interesting to just note the prevalence of mental health, I suppose, disorders amongst people who act on their own in extreme ways. I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if there was some research around that. You know, I guess O'Driscoll, I haven't read the whole research from where that was taken. But in my world of mental health, it feels that, you know, sadly, a lot of the cases are quite extreme and violent, and often you know, connected with a sort of religious delusion of some sort, that they are a god and they, you know, they need to get rid of this demon that's coming to them or something. You know, it feels really sad and feels really tormenting as well. But I think this slide and this particular module is just recognizing and holding that challenge of mental health and resilience, both as professionals, because the training might go to criminal justice professionals to think about the impact of hearing the stories and the violence and expectations of being resilient, etc. But also for those who we work with and serve, that, you know, mental health is prevalent. It's quite a challenge. So there's something about being able to have healthy emotions, and I guess we looked at this a little bit in the Good Lives model as well. There's something about all of those different factors in our life and how important they are in terms of helping us to deal with our mental health. And I think if we have all of those tools, I guess there is the idea that we can control and regulate our emotions. But I guess if we don't have those factors in what the Good Life, I mean, that's only one model. It's not the answer, but it's really a helpful way to think about it in terms of being able to regulate and to be consistent in terms of setting our goals and priorities. And, you know, it's helpful to know that there's some practices out there, simple, basic practices that can help us. I don't know, Caroline, what helped you, but you recognized you needed to reach out for help, and I did as well. And I think those ideas of breathing and meditation and listening and reflecting and talking particularly really help. But I wonder, for those who we serve, or the offenders or the victims, how much access do they have to those sort of tools and resources to help them? You know, it's really tragic in my world of mental health. Sadly, victims are nowhere near resourced as much as the offenders are. And it's even worse than one might think, sort of in the criminal justice system, because in hospital they're patients rather than offenders, shall we say, which adds a different dynamic in terms of being able to share information about progress and stuff like that. So, oh, Bola's out again. What happened there? Sorry. There's something in the chat. Ah,
Yeah, Nelia mentioned, she provided us with a link, very interesting.
wow.
It's interesting.
Huh. Thanks for sharing. That's great.
Yeah.
Full of resources. Yeah, that's wonderful, Ella. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. So that's a resource for someone if they wanted to follow up in terms of this intersection, shall we say, between lone actors and mental health problems. So it's good to know we're not totally off track on that, and that actually it does feel like, you know, quite an important thread to acknowledge in our work. Right. So neurodiversity, I don't know how familiar you are with that. Essentially, it is the fact that there are so many different aspects to our mental health and variations in all of us in terms of how we respond, how we manage systems, how we manage challenges. And, you know, for example, if you can't read or write or can't focus for long times in class, when most people can, you're often seen as a nuisance or a disruptive, a bit like my boy, actually. You know, this is a bit close to home. It's really hard to see when people don't fit the system because of just a bit of neurodiversity, meaning that they learn differently or they just need a slightly different way of interacting with the material. And I think it's important to mention this because I think that's where it all starts in some ways. And, you know, we had discussions yesterday about how schools or, you know, curriculums or early years can be really challenging for people who are just slightly maybe off center, shall we say, or need a slightly different kind of support to access learning and access education. They soon begin to feel isolated or disconnected because they don't want to be seen as different. And I think it can start that journey of fragmentation that we talk about, you know, when people end up in extreme stuff, or because they're vulnerable, because they're maybe less connected or a bit on the edge, they're picked up and groomed, or, you know, I'm not saying in every situation, but it's just acknowledging here, and it's an important part of the conversation to see that, you know, it's really important to recognize that connection when we're working with people. And how do we have the conversation about all of that diversity in you know, in our health and in our mind, with the communities that we serve? So there's a tendency of emotionally resilient person is to have realistic and attainable expectations and goals. Yeah, right. Yeah, what happens if we don't? Show good judgment and problem-solving skills. I mean, it's important to just, and I think the module's highlighting some of this, just to, I suppose, for us to think about what it is to be resilient and how to support maybe people that we are working with who are trying to come out of negative patterns or negative goods into primary positive patterns and positive goods, like the Good Lives model or other models where we're trying to sort of, you know, think how can we take them, you know, from a place where it feels or acts or negative to a sort of more positive place where they feel maybe more resilient, that they are able to be persistent and determined, and they're able to respond and be thoughtful rather than impulsive, where they're able to communicate effectively and have some good people skills or social skills, where they're able to sort of exercise some empathy towards other people, maybe, you know, caring, to have some kind of social conscience of what's right or wrong, you know. Some of that's taken away in this whole process of extremism and radicalization, you know. The ability to see and think clearly is robbed, is taken away, you know. you know, that they need to feel good about themselves as a person. Maybe resilient people feel like they are in control of their lives and be a bit more optimistic rather than pessimistic. Yeah, I was just really struck. Actually, maybe it's not relevant. I was going to just share a reflection of, you know, no, it's taking us off center. It's okay. I'll pause on that one. It might come back later. And then we're also thinking in this one the influence of the online culture. I think we've touched on it already earlier on in our session, but there's something about the online and offline world and how they're merging. They're not so separate now. They're very, very close. Well, they certainly feel much closer than they were even 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You know, so violent radicalization it feels a bit more accessible. You know, lots of kids have got phones and, you know, it feels a bit closer. And I suppose we're trying to recognize that there is a bit of education and awareness within schools and within families and within communities about how do we navigate online and you know how do we sort of rethink engaging with you know, online, and how do we support people to make positive choices and notice grooming when it happens, for example. It's really subtle, very hard. I think, well, imagine, particularly for kids, I suppose, or younger people, when they're open and impressionable, you know, it's very easy to quickly get wrapped up in something. So I think it's necessary and almost paramount that we do shift from a sort of single sphere of life to actually these worlds almost being one in the same. You know, the online and offline world just don't feel as separate as they were before. And I suppose we're just trying to acknowledge that in the context of this work and the challenge, and how do we, you know, how do we try and work with that, I suppose, in our own lives, in our communities, in our families, in our relationships. So, you know, just a thought to throw out there to sort of, at the end of that module, thinking, you know, how might individual and family and community sort of wellness in general, you know, mental health, neurodiversity, physical health, online, offline, you know, how does all of that impact, do you think, upon radicalization and violent extremism? I know it's a tough question early in the morning, but I wonder what you feel. Does any of
Well,
that, yeah,
make some people are vulnerable only because when I was working with juveniles, a lot of them didn't have the best home. So these groups, that time gangs, usually involving drugs, would prey upon that loss of feeling of family, feeling of belonging, lack of self-worth. To go to my clients and say, hey, you're part of our family. We'll take care of you. You're important to us. Of course, all that's a lie. You're important to us. We respect you. And I see it as the same as, I think, radical groups. I mean, they see people who are vulnerable, cults do the same thing, and prey on their vulnerability and pretend to give them what they're missing, and kind of draw them in.
I think that story is often told in some of the, certainly in the media, We don't hear it in every story, but you know, thinking about some of the shootings that happen, or the violent extremism that happens here in the UK, or protests around rights or climate change, you know, it feels that there's, you know, there's a story behind, you know, how they got involved or how they got to where they got to, and some of the disconnection and fragmentation they experienced, and like you were saying.
Well, I can flip it.
Yeah.
Kind of go to own personal background. So my great grandparents and my grandparents were in the IRA.
Mm-hmm.
So a little close to home there in Great Britain, where you are. My great grandfather was part of the IRA that fought to help create the Republic of Ireland. My mom's turning 90 tomorrow, so it gives you an idea of the timeline. Then my grandfather, he was responsible for bombings during the Troubles in the 70s. And so I guess another way of, you know, why am I not there? Well, family fled the United States to get away from the violence. But like I said at the very beginning of this group, I argued with my grandfather when I was in high school here in the United States. He was sending money overseas so that bombings could happen in Northern Ireland. I called my grandfather a terrorist. He got mad at me and said, "No, I'm a freedom fighter, and I'm too old to fight now, so I'm giving money to others who can." And that argument never ended. He never changed his belief. I mean, my position was, you're killing innocent people. His position was, the only good British person's a dead British person. And the more we stack up, the more likely we're going to get what we want, which is a unified Ireland. And so he was connected to the Sinn Féin, and which is now more of a political party, but in my opinion, loosely covered. Most of their members, including their leader, was in the IRA, but I know the history quite well. But I mean, I can see that also becoming part of a radical group, right? Your parents were in it, or your grandparents were in it.
Yeah.
They cultivate that hatred, which I rejected. And I said, no, that's wrong.
I wonder what gave you courage to reject it, you know, in a sense, just to, if you don't mind just investigating that a little bit, Stephen. You don't have to answer, but, you know, is it, what stops someone, you know, going on with the family work, should we say?
Well, I was born in the United States. That helped a lot. So I was not raised there. My mother's from Republic of Ireland. My grandparents on their side from Northern Ireland, Irish and Scottish. And I think the main thing is I was not born there. So I was mixed into a culture of where I grew up, mainly in an Italian Catholic neighborhood in a city. Totally different culture, different attitudes. And the idea of my mom, 90-year-old mom, knows how to make a car bomb, right? I mean, that concept is so foreign to my friends. And for me, if I had been in Ireland, I don't know what would have happened to me, right? But how do you manage to be in the United States? Having other influences, friends who were not Irish, friends that were German and Italian, Mexican, of different cultures. And so for me, I felt it was wrong. And I used to tell my grandfather that his father fought for a free Ireland. And I was okay with that. But he was killing women and children. And I was not okay with that. Because the Republic of Ireland already existed for him. And to me, that was an intellectual line. But I think I had that cultural distance and physical distance. And so, but I can see if I was in Ireland, what would have happened to me? Because I was in high school during the Troubles. So where would I have been? Don't want to know.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing, such personal testimony to that, and it just highlights the challenge for people, to make a choice out of something that they maybe, find themselves stuck in, or how do people sort of, I suspect it resonates a bit with the gang culture in different countries. It feels similar. It's really hard to sort of go, no, I don't want to be part of that, and step away from it, when there's a lot at stake, for whatever reason. Yeah.
My grandfather and I always reconciled at the end of the day, but we had to agree to disagree.
Yeah. Yeah. I similarly had it just reminded me when you said that, I failed to reconcile with my granddad, actually, because he actually had a very sort of strong, I would say maybe racist opinion towards, this sort of indigenous people of Zimbabwe, and he would often use very derogatory terms and be physical with them, which was really hard to both see and witness and even challenge, without getting a clap on the head myself, So I was just, as you were talking about your relationship with your granddad, thinking of mine and thinking, wow, how powerful that you're able to have some of that conversation and dialogue, and step away from it, which I did too. But I am having the dialogue with people who are really indoctrinated or set in their ways feels a real challenge to help them. We were talking a bit about it before, how on earth are you going to get people with different ideologies sitting around the table in a restorative dialogue?
Well, for us, it was a bowl of ice cream after I mowed his lawn.
Yeah.
And it was unusual dialogue. I mean, he was able to accept my feelings were different.
Yeah.
But he always ended with the only good Brit's a dead Brit. And I always ended with killing children is wrong. And then it was like, well, I'll see you next Sunday.
Gosh. Wow. Yeah. I wonder if there's any other thoughts out there about, how my individual family and community sort of wellness, or neurodiversity, or, our mental health, how does all of that impact upon this idea of radicalization and violent extremism? Any other thoughts or comments? Yeah.
I'm not sure I'll add anything of any specific value to the conversation other than to just echo what you both are saying, is that, at least, again, I look at it from the higher education angle. Our concern always is with the sense of belonging and how we foster that, because I think once people feel, we've learned that once people feel othered and not part of a community, you tend to see attrition, and you see all of those things, the warning signs of what could lead, hopefully not violence, but it's certainly, for example, when we teach about the pathway to violence, right? It begins with the grievance, and that all gets fostered by the fact that you're not connected to some greater good. So I think, I don't know how to, there's lots of research going on belonging, but I don't know how exactly it ties, but I know it's vitally important, because the more you feel part of something.
And in a slightly different angle, belonging can also just, I was just reflecting on my own experience. So when you said, it feels really important to belong to something or someone or a community, I suppose. But yeah, I just wonder can belonging happen outside of that? in a sense, can we belong without?
Probably. I mean, I think just knowing, and I don't want to bring up, Maslow's hierarchy and all of that fun stuff.
No, that's
I mean, something simple like, when we do work on suicide prevention, for example, just we talk about being the good bystander, be the one that checks in with somebody who's not checked in with you and say, I'm worried about you, or how are things going? Like, I can save a life. We know it. We know that from the research. It bears out in everything we studied. So I wonder how that kind of work could sort of play itself out in the world of sort of radical violence, right, or radicalization. I think people just, I don't know. I'm just thinking, I don't know if people just typically they don't snap. I think they display indicators, and where I think the research is missing is where exactly are those entryways to where we can kind of help maybe sort of prevent the radicalization from going to something really extreme.
I hear you. I think sometimes we're not reading things well. We're not listening out. We're not noticing those, what you say, where actually, but you only notice that in the community, I suppose, or when you're with people in isolation, you won't see that. Or so that feels really important, in this work in terms of how you do engage with the community, to be able to notice. Well, I think there was something in the previous slide in terms of if you do engage with the community and every aspect of the community, you can sort of have a better chance at noticing the thing, the vulnerabilities or the little windows or doors that might lead to that sort of violent, radical way.
I think that's the promise too, Finn, of restorative practice in general. Like, I can see it as a very good like I see it how it plays out very well in diversion programs. I see it as a great pathway for dealing with harm in a different way. But I also see the preventative aspect of restorative justice. So how are we using those facilitated dialogues before how are community coming together in circle to talk about this? Who's doing that work? We should be doing the work of unpacking harm, but we should also be doing the work of talking about harm before it even happens.
Yeah. We've got our work cut out. Yeah, that's true. We do. Yeah. Okay. Any other final thoughts, particularly on that module, thinking about wellness and mental health? Great. No? Okay. If it's okay, we shall move on. So this module is, I think it's our last one actually, in terms of the e-course. So just highlighting and outlining what was present in the e-course online. This one is about trauma-informed practice and thinking about its link and connection to some of this work. And I think we've touched on a lot of it already, about trying to listen out for people's stories, looking out for the signs of vulnerability, helping people to feel connected and have some kind of sense of belonging, trying to find ways to speak to the fragmentation that's around us. In this one, we're just going to have an overview of trauma-informed practice, introduce maybe some good practices, and think about maladaptive psychological and behavioral practices and related studies. We kind of touch a bit on that, but not too much in this particular presentation, although it is there in the e-course. So, yeah. It's a real buzzword, certainly in my world, in the NHS and the hospitals. You know, there's definitely some kind of acknowledgement that we need to, you know, understand the different types of trauma that are present in the people that we work with and the people that we look after. And so as criminal justice professionals, it's important for us to sort of think a bit about that. So, oh, I don't know what happened to the original trauma. It was I don't know why it wasn't on this slide. What was it called again? The single occurrence. The single occurrence, yeah. Sorry, I don't know why it's run out of this slide. I forgot to put it in last. We noticed last night number 1's missing, which is a single occurrence is a type of trauma. So just a one-off, you know, incident, accident, harm, trauma of some sort is our first sort of dimension of trauma. And then we've got complex and recurrent trauma, which is associated with sort of persistent abuse. So it's more than once, it's carrying on. Domestic violence, war, ongoing betrayal. It's often characterized by the feeling of being emotionally or physically imprisoned. So it's heavily complex, as we know, particularly with abuse of all types. Well, particularly domestic and, you know, things like war and ongoing betrayal are very complex and recurrent traumas that we live with. And then there's the experiencing early, ongoing or repetitive trauma. So, for example, as children or infants or adolescents, this can result in a developmental trauma. So we may experience something as a child that was repetitive or ongoing, and then it's ever present. Intergenerational trauma, we had some really interesting discussions about this yesterday. It's a term used to explain the psychological and emotional repercussions that might be experienced by those who live with trauma survivors or who have suffered trauma themselves. I think we've touched on that with some of our own personal stories. That feels quite present and something that we need to deal with and be mindful of in this work and this world as well. And then there's the historical trauma, which is a sort of kind of emotional and psychological suffering that accumulates over the course of a person's life and through generations as a result of immense communal trauma. And just to say on this module, and I've said it, it's important to recognize this can be close to home for some people, and I'm just sensitive and mindful that you know, talking about some of this stuff, we may have experienced it ourselves, and I just, there's permission to sort of, you know, switch off or opt out if you need to. I don't mean to be insensitive or re-traumatize anyone by discussing this material. I think we're just trying to highlight the real complexity of the world that we work in, and that this is part of it. This is part of it. You know, I notice in myself, just talking through some of those things, how it resonates with me and my own story. I think particularly the historical trauma, you know, even just talking and thinking more about some of the impact of apartheid growing up on me, it feels, you know, quite present even now in circumstances when I actually give myself permission to think about it or talk about it. Day to day, it doesn't seem present, but in other spaces it feels quite close. So, yeah. Just a sort of note to self-care and yeah, it can be a sensitive topic, this one. So that's just an overview of the sort of different dimensions of trauma. So It's worth thinking about some of the initial reactions to trauma that you might see in people that you're working with or that you are around in the community. You may notice some of these things, and it might be, like Ella was saying, that sort of avenue into sort of connecting with them or checking in with them when there's a lot of exhaustion or confusion, sadness, anxiety, disassociation, confusion, numbness, blunted affect, physical arousal, agitation. They may not just be those particular expressions. They may have something connected to them. So it's worth noticing that and maybe just checking in and just saying what's happening. Yeah. So when the experience of victimization constitutes a trauma, it may have a negative impact on mental health and in some cases lead to serious mental health conditions such as PTSD. And this is certainly prevalent in my world and the field that I work with. It often is very difficult and traumatic for people to live with victimization and trauma, that has been any one of those dimensions, historical, what was the other one? Intergenerational, beg your pardon. Yeah, intergenerational or a single effect of trauma. All those complex traumas from childhood, they can all, I think, leave some kind of real negative impact on our mental health. It can be really difficult. So I think, I don't know what if there is any statistical evidence with those lone actors who have committed extreme acts of violence, whether there is any particular, PTSD that might have been present or not, whether that was a factor to consider or not. I don't know. It's just a question that arose when I was thinking about this particular slide.
And if I might say, at least to the intergenerational one and historical trauma, maybe to others as well, there are a lot of effects that are kind of hidden and you can't really see them directly, but they come up at different circumstances when they're triggered by something that you wouldn't even imagine it could trigger that feeling. So it's quite tricky to figure it out at the right moment and do something for it.
Yeah.
At least I see that for the intergenerational one, because as yesterday I shared an experience from my home country, Greece. So in Greece, like back in 1920s, people that used to live in Turkey, then they were forced to leave their houses and flee to Greece. And you see even now their grandchildren or even great-grandchildren, they still have this this feeling against Turkish people, even because their grandparents, great-grandparents were forced to leave their country. So you see this pain and trauma, even if they have never experienced anything themselves. And it kind of pops up at different circumstances when we hear something about Turkey or something out of nowhere, and directly there's so much anger and hatred against Turkish people, although they have never experienced anything directly.
Which, just on that example, which then can lead to quite extreme views or
they lead.
Excellent.
Especially in Greece, even nowadays, like hundreds of years away from the event. When something happens, it's also the proximity between Greece and Turkey, and something happens, something is mentioned about Turkey, and you see people going extreme in the streets or even with violence. No, it's not far away. It happens almost every day in Greece.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks for sharing that example, Sophia. I did see Bola's hand up. It's gone down again. I don't know. Sorry. Did you have something to add, Bola?
Yeah, sorry, my network has been throwing me in and out.
That's
I
okay.
just wanted to see how maybe this could relate to the kind of extremism we see in Nigeria, stemming from, or rather, let me say, violence we see in Nigeria, stemming from the idea that you need to defend yourself as a community from what has been tagged politically or for the purposes of newspapers or whatever in different forms. It's been named, at some point it was called herder-farmer clashes. At different times it was called attacks by unknown gunmen, which has seen whole communities being sacked and people killed and the land taken over by others. Now, at some point, this is kind of, the graph is not linear or straight. It keeps going up and down, because you see at some point the communities got engaged, but their engagement was to get armed and arise to defend themselves. And then there's a stigma if the next community is not able to defend itself, transferring some kind of the need to defend yourself, which means you get really violent, or sometimes be the attacker and not, a responder. And sometimes you find that in places where the people, people migrate even within a country, and you find that those that are maybe originally from a particular community but have not been physically affected by these things also share some deep-rooted aggression towards people that they perceive as being linked to, not necessarily the main actors or perpetrators of the violence against their community. So it's almost like a cycle that doesn't seem to want to end. And how one would put this in the trauma that goes on. And when you look at a child from a different community, you don't see him with the eyes of a child, but you see him as a potential threat because it's from maybe the herders community or something like that. Balancing the whole need to defend yourself with being an aggressor, and how that translates into even not being directly linked to the violence, but still reacting in your own way to the violence that you see as being committed against your people.
Wow. Reminds me of a similar situation in Zimbabwe, where land was taken and extreme violence, and rightly or wrongly so, I don't want to get into the politics of it, just reminded me of that story. And it's very, I think sometimes the impact of that can be very difficult.
That's sort of the wonderful thing, I'm being facetious, about being a human being, right, and living in this world. Like even the story Sophia told us about Greece, the same animosity exists 600 years in between Spain and Portugal. The Armenians hate the Turks, the Ukrainians and what they suffered under Russia, and the Scots and the Brits, the Irish. So it kind of goes on, but to more directly, so there's I think we have a lot of rich kind of negative history to deal with, but to Bola's point, I wonder, Bola, if something like that, if there are not any lessons we can learn from the work with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, sort of in terms of kind of how to help a community move forward in terms of dealing with their past in order to kind of make that next step.
You might be right. Of course, there will be lessons to be learned. I think the fear or the drama in it all is because there doesn't seem to have been an end. So when you come and put, I mean, there have been several attempts between by different bodies, and I will not get into the politics of it, but by different bodies to kind of bring about some truth and reconciliation, and using this even the government has attempted this. But you know, when people see the government as biased, and when you see the wrong as being continuous, for instance, there's been a sacking of a community and the occupation of it by the people that drove you away is still ongoing. The occupation is still going. It's the conversation gets stalled oftentimes because there seems to be a need on both sides. This need the land, this need the land. The people that maybe originally sacked it are no longer there, but you want, you know, it's kind of like sometimes there's a feeling that the wrong is being continued, and an attempt to bring about, use RJ to discuss that, you know, earlier on I said you're treated almost like a traitor for even suggesting, you know, that this should be, you know, let's talk about it and see if we can find a way forward. It's like, no, all we want is some kind of vengeance. And then it just, you know, you just kind of get stalled in having this conversation and helping people to realize that you've revenge, and then you get the vengeance and the cycle just continues. And especially if the government in, you know, of the day, which is part, when you talk about land, the government is always going to be there somewhere, is seen as being on a side, and they are the ones putting together a Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Yeah, that's the difficult work. I think it's inherent to pretty much kind of how we all represent, but even just bringing a victim into a space, or, you know, to sort of move from that place of victimhood to survivorhood, that, I mean, it's funny we're in the trauma-informed piece of this, because to have a really sort of trauma-informed lens would be to say, you may not be ready to talk about this, but the offer's on the table for us to do that work. So, and it sounds like in your case, there might have to be a bigger discussion about the, you know, the role of justice in land or something like that, in healing. That's a tall order. Really tall.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you once again for bringing, you know, for bringing your story, bringing yourself to the learning. It's really helpful. Would it be okay to move on? Is that okay if we carry on with our last module here? Great. Sorry, Regina. She's being pulled away at the moment. She can't engage, but that's okay. Hopefully you can join us again soon. So, thinking a bit about, we were on, sorry, just trying to tech issue. Ah, here we are. So we were just thinking a bit about PTSD, you know, and victimization and trauma, and how it might connect to us. So, oh yeah, I spoke about that already. The victimization may result in trauma, which will have a bad impact on mental health. In the majority of instances, though, this will result in substantial mental health issues after the trauma has occurred. And it strikes me, thinking about trauma-informed and this, you know, how what's in place for the ongoing support for this kind of, you know, work, and some of the traumas we've talked about and brought to the sort of training today, you know, what the impacts of it, and also, you know, what kind of support is possible long term to sort of work with some of these things. And I think, as you were saying, Ella, I think restorative dialogue does speak a lot to this, and some of the practices of circle and those spaces, I think, really do work and can offer a space to be held and to talk about this stuff. I think we've talked about that as well. Right, just thinking a bit more now about, there was some stuff around how we might think about our organizations or institutions. You know, that's coming up about, you know, thinking about reducing the impact of what's happened. And I think, again, you talked about it, Ella, in response to Bola's point, in terms of having a space and being able to acknowledge one's suffering or, you know, the injustices, having space to talk about that, being able to ask for help. I think it's been referenced a few times in terms of where do we go for help, how can we help others, making sure maybe in our institutions or our places of work, you know, there are clear and obvious pathways, or, you know, that can support access to, you know, support for traumas that people might be facing or that they may experience at work. So a good understanding of trauma, I think, is paramount importance in any work on restorative dialogue against violent radicalisation, is the fact, which is why we're bringing it particularly in this whole training, you know, that it's important to understand how it how it can impact, I suppose. And hopefully as well, if we recognize the signs early, we can also divert people getting involved in radicalization or extreme behaviors because of traumas they've experienced, and they haven't had a space to sort of work through that or talk about it or find a way to live with it rather than from it. So, and again, like restorative justice, I suppose, there's lots of definitions or ways that we might sort of try to understand trauma-informed practice and its various models. But it's important to think about a trauma-informed approach incorporates, arguably, and that, again, it's not like given, but there's three key elements, is just trying to realize the prevalence of the trauma, so giving voice to that and recognizing this is here, this is in the room, and whatever it is. Recognizing how trauma affects everybody, all individuals within your program or your organization or system or the workforce, and also responding by putting that into practice, responding to maybe the trauma or what people share and what happens, and, you know, having some kind of plan of action to be able to support that. And our next slide will just give you some ideas of how we could do that. So Bloom says that trauma-informed care calls for a change in organizational culture. So I think we're all either connected or have experience of organizations where an emphasis is placed on understanding, respecting, and appropriately responding to the effects trauma at all levels. And so these are just some of the things that we could do. Possibly you could establish an internal trauma team, which actually is quite live for us in the hospital. There's quite a lot of patient on staff assaults, because sometimes the patients can be very unwell and, you know, act quite violently towards staff. But stuff gets missed and trauma isn't held properly, and people don't have a safe place to talk about it, and we don't realize the impact of trauma because there isn't a sort of maybe a team that holds that in some ways. And so people don't have a specific team to go to talk about it, and then it builds up and accumulates, and bang, you crash at the end because you've heard too much or seen too much. So, we might be thinking about ways to introduce training to all the staff. Whilst training won't make you trauma informed, it definitely helps you to become awake to the issues. You might think about providers, providers and providees in planning and evaluation of services. Think about how do our services, are they trauma informed? What do we need to change? How do we need to adjust things? So those are just a few ways that they suggest maybe that. And I think policies and procedures can be really traumatizing for people. I think that came up earlier in a discussion where we were thinking about that, and maybe as organizations and institutions, it's worth addressing any potential sort of re-traumatizing policies and procedures that are present, and is there something to be said about in the screening, maybe trauma screening, an assessment for all, something maybe in the onboarding processes, recruitment or induction processes of engaging with people? Is there something we need to be mindful of, in thinking? Certainly in the UK, we have something called occupational health. I don't know what the term might be in other countries, but something where they look at your health before you kind of, as part of the sort of onboarding or employment process, maybe there's something to think about that. In the community context, how might we screen or capture some of the sort of, in a respectful way, the trauma that might impact on someone becoming radicalized or getting involved in extreme work. So I think it's an important part of the work, and it links in fact, it links through all of the different modules in terms of community engagement and thinking about restorative work and thinking about resilience and mental health, as well as, actually how people get into radicalization and extremism. I think casualties, maybe that's the wrong way, but anyway, I understand. Casualty should be treated with dignity and respect in all interactions with law enforcement officers. I think there was something about this earlier on in terms of how we treat people, and maybe where, both offenders and victims were seen as people. There's this idea of a shared humanity, and I think that also is informed by a trauma-informed approach, that even everybody involved in the system, is somehow casualty sensitive, and we need to interact and strive to be empathetic and understanding for every situation, I suppose. The same is true in terms of the way in which casualty support or social administration should handle those who've been injured, so there's something about not only being trauma-informed ourselves, but how we handle or hold people who have been traumatized, through the various ways that we've talked about already. So it's this idea of sort of respect and recognition, and how that plays an important part in the work that we do. So we're drawing it. I think that was the last. I think that is, oh, sorry. Yeah, that is the last slide. So as we sort of close out this particular module on trauma-informed approaches, the UN Declaration utilizes the expression casualty from an authentic perspective to mirror the damage brought about by the wrongdoing or maltreatment of force. I think that links back to this idea of our institutions and criminal justice settings in terms of thinking about actually how they might be re-traumatizing for some people as well. And it's just important to recognize that when we're dealing with not casualties, but I think it's recognizing that people who cause harm may have also been harmed, so they hold both profiles sometimes. And something actually we didn't talk about today but came up yesterday was this idea of vicarious trauma, that people, I was just reading that last bit, that may have experienced violence or been present in a civil war, or how they're supported and held certainly in our institutions. For me, it's a daily occurrence that people experience vicarious trauma. That was the end of that particular module as well. I don't know if there are any further thoughts or reflections about, I guess the course that is the e-course. That's the, we've been on a right old journey today. We have just got a few more things to do together. So maybe it would be helpful maybe just to have a short comfort break before we engage the final session, which is about maybe half hour, 45 minutes maximum. So we should be finishing hopefully a little bit earlier than maybe you expected to. But I just wanted to give a moment if there was any reflections or thoughts back.
If I could share something from what I see in my country, although there is the willingness at some points, especially in mental health care facilities, to help and truly listen to people and have people that are harmed, have them be heard, due to lack of money, and that's the main problem. Due to the lack of money and fundings, people try to save time, and instead of applying a trauma informed practice, they take for granted the experience of another incident, a similar incident, and what that person felt like, how it experienced this, and they take for granted the same is applied in a new situation. And although it might be not the case, and it's a different person, feels differently, experiences this phenomenon differently, and they do apply the same things to the person because they don't have money, they don't have time, and that brings a lot of re-traumatization, I think. That's the story in Greece, at least, and that's due to funding mainly.
Yeah. And most probably a lot of this work doesn't happen because of funding. I don't think you're alone there.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I think it's your luxury to trauma-informed practices and in mental health in general.
Yeah.
But we can't think it's a luxury.
Yeah, it feels like we need to get out of that mentality in some ways, doesn't it? Because it's not a luxury, even in the hospital as well. I really resonate with that. It's like people haven't got time to talk about what happened. It's like, oh, I got to go. It's the next thing, or there isn't a culture of actually, hold on. We've just experienced a really violent attack or a violent assault, and yet there isn't time to sort of look after yourself and talk about that. That's in a small scale, but how do we make space for that in the national picture? Yeah. Sorry, Ella, did you want to say something? No.
No, I was just sort of riffing off of what Sophia said. I think that one of the successes that we've had in selling this alternative pathway model in my organization is actually looking at trying to craft a story around the cost savings. I know that's not something that RJ practitioners tend to think about. When you look at the cost of an investigation and the huge amount of resources that go into the criminal legal system and police and social work, and actually RJ practices are saving us bucket loads of money.
Yeah.
And just in terms of the legal costs alone, so I wonder why that's not a story it's not that we can't tell it, because there's more and more pilot research coming out. And I'll just give everybody this. A few weeks ago, I was in Regina's territory. I was in DC, actually at the AAMC, which is the American Medical Association, basically kind of the biggest medical lobbying group in the United States with a lot of power. They're actually offering restorative justice training for facilitators in academic health centers. And I felt sort of like, if the medical society can do it, it's certainly gaining traction.
Wow. That's great.
Bola says something in the chat room. Do people get so used to trauma that they don't realize that they're traumatized, taking us back to PTSD?
Yeah, I think that's so true. It's only when you actually stop and think and go, hold on a minute. I think that's a bit what I did in January when I shared a bit about my story. I think I actually stopped and said, hold on a minute, whoa. I feel quite traumatized by hearing some of these stories now, because they're often so intense acts of violence that it's so hard to go, wow, really? So I think it takes a block. I used that language. I talked about a sort of blockage, an emotional blockage that I couldn't actually, I had no capacity to listen. I was like, said to our manager, I'm done. He was very gracious and gave me space and time to sort of be with that. But and I think, we've got to work, innit? We've got to pay the bills and do all the stuff. It's so hard to look after myself and say, hold on. Actually, no, I just need to stop. And to have the power and the luxury, as you were saying, it's like
and that is linked to what Miran says in the chat room, that all jobs in this field should have a good medical package that allows workers to access therapy if needed.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
How you oblige those people hearing stories and dealing with these issues if you don't provide them with basic things like therapy if needed. Because resilience, as we mentioned, is not just for it's a tool for the people you are working with, but also for you as well, like the people, the professionals working with them.
Yeah, we used to refer to that as secondary trauma.
Yeah.
And
yes. Yep.
When I worked with juveniles, civil and criminal, so they were wards to the state or getting in trouble with the law, did it for 20 years. The average social worker lasts about 7 years. State of Washington in that job. And one of them asked me once, how have you been here so long? And I said, well, like most people in my profession, I know one here is a lawyer, at least a couple of lawyers here. Legal profession is not very good at taking care of itself. And at least 1/3 of all attorneys in the United States are alcoholics or drug addicts any given day. And that's a statistical status. That's from Yale University School of Law. But I said, well, because I learned meditation, I went to a psychologist. And he said, you did what? I said, I went to a psychologist every single week for 2 years and learned how to meditate learned how to separate other people's trauma from mine, not become uncaring, but not to take it home. I mean, now I'm a grandfather, but back then I had 4 kids at home. You can't take it home with you. It'll destroy you. So I say you got to protect yourself before you can help others.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be fair, my work, whilst it's limited, you know, in terms of resource, they did offer 8 sessions, you know, for me to access a space to talk, and it was really helpful. Yeah. But interestingly, a lot of the baggage associated to that blockage was associated with listening to others, but it was also how I coped with my own traumas and stuff so that I could make space for other people, which was interesting, is so that actually, whilst it is traumatic to hear the stories and the vicarious trauma, what I noticed through my own journey was actually I most probably wasn't paying attention to the my own individual traumas that were really, you know, affecting some of my ability to sort of cope and manage. Yeah, but it took courage, I think. Yeah. Good. If there's nothing at the moment, we're just going to have a 5-10 minute comfort break. This is just a sort of checkout round in our sort of restorative kind of circle way, just to connect with one another and just maybe reflecting on what is that sort of one thing. If you were going to give one thing that you may receive as a gift from our time together today, I don't like takeaway because it feels a bit consumptionary, but you know, it's not like we've come to consume today, we've come to share and connect with each other. So it feels like, well, to me, it feels like I've got so many gifts from today and I'm going to struggle to find the one. But hopefully we can try and land on one. So you might need to take a minute or so just to think about that one thing that you might be, what's your gift from today that you're going to weave into your life and into your work and into your being on this planet.
Can I say it's just not one, I don't think it's been one single thing to take from today. I think it's just been listening to everybody's stories and, you know, realizing that we're all different. We've all had different experiences, and yet we're all here to do the same thing. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Good. And there may be less interaction with the one thing because it's your thing. So it may just land in the circle, and the circle will be nourished and held by your one thing. And I was going to say whoever felt ready to go would go, but you took the lead, Heather. So and maybe it would be nice to do that in what we call popcorn. Well, that's what I call it, popcorn style in circle work. Whoever feels prompted will go, rather than feeling like, oh my gosh, is he going to say my name next?
Yeah.
let's you're one of those. I know those people that like to get in first. They don't like the silence. So let's just leave it like that. Let the circle do the work, and whoever feels prompted or called to sort of share your one thing, you just go ahead, and we'll just go until everyone's had a turn. Yeah.
I like to say that I think the gift I'm leaving with is not feeling alone. In my field, we talk about restorative justice. To go to academic conference, talk about it. And the word is talk. they implement it in a juvenile system sporadically across the country, every state different, but not much in the adult world. And everybody at this conference has given me, I guess, the gift of not feeling alone, the gift of hope, that I'm on the right path. As corny as it sounds, I just feel so good to hear from others and their struggles. And I feel kind of selfish because I think I have better odds than others to maybe make it happen.
I hear you.
All right, I'll go. So I think I want to echo what was just said about not feeling isolated and feeling like there's a network out there. I also really appreciated the stories, and those always kind of, they're my fuel to do this work. Like, look at this. I was just telling my partner, there are people around the world. I'm not just stuck in my little academic silo who are doing this work. And a big thing I took out of this was the compassion fatigue that we're all feeling, and how to think about maybe that's an area of strength for us where we could move forward and think about what radical self-care would look like for all of us. And then I pass a talking stick too.
You can.
No, I don't have a talking stick because that would be cultural appropriation, but
I'll give you permission.
learned my lesson.
I like that.
I'll give you permission from my wife, who's Cherokee. Go for it.
I usually use a talking piece, but I'm out of circle right now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I think Caroline's been very formal and raised her hand so politely. But you can just go for it, Caroline. All yours. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think throughout my studies on restorative justice, I've had a lot of questions in my mind. And I came in this morning with a lot of questions. Because honestly, at one point I was like, perhaps I'm not doing the right thing. But those questions and the issues I have, they've all been resolved in this exercise. And I'm so grateful about it. The first ones was the challenges. How do I go about with the challenges? But this exercise has given me back the answers to how I can get the solutions. So I'm grateful and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
I'm happy to go next. So for me, honestly, it's just realizing how deep this work, sort of can go, and the interconnectedness in terms of how these issues sort of, touch on, one another like that. For me, I feel like it's a movement, and as we sort of apply that model, it's important to also sort of institutionalize, the use of restorative justice, so it doesn't become something we do by the side. So, the focus is, and that's what I argued for in one of my writings, like that it should be integrated, in the criminal justice system. It should be part of how the system, and they have the best sort of approach in Nova Scotia, where whether you from the judge to the police to the community agencies, they're all working together that way. And even those who are doing the job, they are getting funded by, the government in a way that they don't say, oh, we don't have funding this year, so we are not sure if we're going to continue next year. So that sort of, comprehensive, So I just like the fact that there's so much going on in different, aspects of our lives, and there are people who are there, to sort of spread the message, to sort of continue to do what they believe in a way that it's more beneficial than the traditional criminal justice, the traditional form of criminal justice system. So yeah, it's been a learning opportunity for me, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you. Hey, Regina. You're on mute, Regina. You're no longer a pink slate, but you actually.
I had to get dressed, but yes, I have kids in the house this weekend, and they had a little minor issue in the bathroom. So we had to take care of a tub that was overflowing a little bit.
Oh, that's okay, Regina. I don't know if you managed to hear the invitation, but we're just having a sort of a checkout round, maybe, about thinking of the one thing, if there was the one thing that you were going to sort of take away. No, what was it? The gift, that was it. We weren't doing takeaways. We were saying, what is the gift, or the gift that you will carry with you into your work from our time together. Yeah.
Is it my turn? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were just briefing me or wanted me to follow up. I think the biggest thing I'm most impressed with today was Neela and Stephen being in the fields and the education that you both have and willing to do this is from a person with my experience and background. That is the biggest gift, because you are the folks that truly have the power to impress upon and lean into your colleagues and with your perspectives and such. So that it's huge, and it was incredibly listening to you both today from your perspectives. And I think too, what really always warms me is knowing the world over is trying to do this in their own way. And that is such a gift to have, knowing that what I'm trying to do here in my little corner of the world, there's somebody else in Cameroon, somebody else in Greece. I mean, that sense of kind of collective mission and collective, I don't know, it's like we're all kind of in our own way working toward that same end goal, which is very powerful to me to be thinking of that on that level of what I'm doing here today, and maybe in that meeting, somebody else is doing, halfway around the world. And that means a lot to me. So, and plus you were an awesome group of people for such an early morning meeting. I loved it. I mean, it was great. Enjoyed it very much. So, thank you all.
Thank you. We hear you.
So, for me, like Heather said, I think it's going to be a pretty much tall order to pick just that one thing. It's a lot of things, but let me talk particularly about using restorative justice as a preventive mechanism. I had introduced this, or kind of put it on a table at a meeting once, and I got the distinct feeling that I was viewed as being a leftist for proposing such an idea. But hearing it here today being discussed and actually being seen as something that should be put on the table, for me is a big deal. Like I said earlier, the introduction, I'm not so old into the journey of using restorative justice, and I have this unique opportunity to try and introduce it into a system that has been torn apart by a lot of conflicts. And it's like I'm going to be under a bit of a microscope. So it's kind of good to hear everybody share their experience and the journey so far, and know that
yeah, it's no walk in the park. It's a long-term thing, and take it one day at a time, piecemeal, and see where we get to. Just talking about identifying and recognizing that people are different and no one size fits all, and finding the right path for where I want to work.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for me, the gift from today is the gift of vulnerability. And yeah, it's felt very brave, a very brave space where people have stepped in ways that I was probably, well, I have been deeply surprised by and moved by. And yeah, so I'm really, for me, if I'm going to take the one thing, that would be it. And most probably to believe in myself a bit more. And also and the gift is, the interconnected energy and positive spirit in people and the tenacity to find the gold. Even though it feels so elusive at times, it feels to me that we all see the gold and we won't give up until we get it. So, yeah, please don't stop searching. Yeah, I hope we can meet again in some space where we can continue to encourage one another, but maybe we'll be in touch with the options around that as an invitation if it feels good. Yeah, that's all from me for now. Thank you. It's been lovely to be with you all.
So I'm probably the last one, and for me that has been a very long journey with all this emailing, preparation, trying to get that. Actually, I couldn't have imagined for a better end of this training course. That has been very emotional for me. And definitely the gift for me is a reassurance that I've chosen the right path, because I'm quite young and new to this field. I'm practicing law in Greece for a couple of years now. And I recently decided to seek a new path of restorative justice. So it's definitely a reassurance that I probably did well. So yeah, that has been very emotional. I do not feel very, like in Greece, I quite feel alone, but connecting with people from all over the world, actually. Yeah, it doesn't feel that alone now. So yeah, that was great. Didn't expect it that great, to be honest, because sometimes you're so much under the practical things of organizing something like that, and you just seek to achieve numbers or these practical things, but at the end of the day, the content, it's much more important, and I'm definitely proud of this. So thank you very much. Great appreciation for all of you that who joined from the other corner of the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sophia. You've been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, that feels a really beautiful way to sort of close our circle time and our training together. Yeah, it's been really rich, lots to learn. And in my world, endings are beginnings. So whilst we're ending today, we're beginning something else. You know, I started today without the knowledge of some of your stories, without the knowledge of your experience and the knowledge of your context and challenges. Yeah, so I begin tomorrow or this afternoon later with a whole new set of stories and connections, which feels good. So we'll be in touch with possible options to keep the conversation alive so that it doesn't just, we don't want to re-traumatize people by feeling alone. We want to, you know, keep connected and keep the conversation and find ways to embed it and learn from each other's creativity. So yeah, I think it's important to listen to that, and we'll be in touch soon with some possible options, if that's all right. Yeah. Great, thank you. One last humble, very generous request of your time, please, just to, I think Sophia's put the evaluation in the chat, just for the purposes of the project. If you could just take a few minutes to just complete that, that'd be really great.
Just a quick word.
Yeah.
This is the post-intervention evaluation form. You can do it now, and in about 2 or 3 months, we plan to send a last evaluation form. It's a follow-up evaluation form, which kind of focuses on the ultimate beneficiaries, who are the people that you're working with. So to see if really what you took away from this training, you managed to embed it in your work and make some difference in the people you're working with, either offenders, ex-offenders, or individuals at risk of radicalization. So I will probably send another email in about 2 or 3 months. This is apart from what's been mentioned before, another possible option of further discussion that we might have. That sticks to the project itself. Yeah, that's all. So for now, it's just the first intervention is in the chat room. Just a few questions to complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Hopefully you've all got access to the chat, and just let us know if you can't access it for some reason.
I've got that. All right, thanks, Finn.
Thank you all very much. I really enjoyed it and I learned so much.
You're welcome. It's been wonderful to share the space. Yeah, so we'll be in touch. But just before we I didn't want you to finally disconnect until if you because you might not be able to access the form after.
Yeah.
If you're able to do it just in a moment or two while we're still together, that would just help the process while it's fresh for you.
Yeah.
Stephen,
Thank you, Stephen.
lovely to meet you.
Thanks so much. Love to meet all of you, and for putting this together. And I guess good morning from the Pacific Northwest of the United States.
Wonderful. Good morning to you, sir. Yeah, go well. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I was so happy. I was so lucky to be here. And I hope we have more other seminars like this. Rest assured, I'll happily join.
Wonderful, Caroline. Thank you so much for sharing yourself with us. Go well.
Great. I think I have all forms. Regina, I just received yours as well.
Wonderful.
Okay, great. Thank you all again for putting this together and offering it to us. It was really helpful.
You're welcome.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Regina.
Thank
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, go well. Have a good day. Cheers.